Hello everyone, I'm Alex, and welcome back to the Cosmic Enigma. Before we get started, I wanted to let you know that there won't be any ad breaks during this video. I decided to do this to give you a better viewing experience, even though it significantly cut into the channel's earnings. That's why I'd like to ask for a little support. Please subscribe, hit the like button, and if you feel like it, let me know in the comments where in the world you're listening from. These might seem like small gestures, but they are essential to help the channel grow and allow me to keep bringing you these stories every night. Now, turn the volume down just a bit, get comfortable, dim the lights, and let's dive into tonight's first story. Story 1. The confession arrived not with a bang, but with the wet, rhythmic slap of windshield wipers against a cold Oregon drizzle. It was Cannon, head of the rural post office, who delivered it. He stood in Clark's doorway after midnight, his government-issue overcoat dark with rain, his face the color of old newspaper under the porch light. He did not ask to come in. He simply spoke into the damp space between them, his voice a low hum beneath the patter on the roof. "They don't sleep," he said. His eyes were fixed on a point somewhere over Clark's shoulder, in the warm, ordinary dark of the living room. "They look like they do. They buy coffee at the diner. They nod at the weather. But the eyes, Clark, you watch the eyes. They never close. Not really. There's always a sliver of light, a reflection of something that isn't there." Then he turned and walked back into the downpour, his figure dissolving into the grainy static of the night. He was not seen again. The next day, a bland man from the regional postal service said Cannon had taken an early retirement and moved to Arizona. Clark knew the taste of a lie. It was metallic, like a key left on the tongue. Clark's world had been one of quiet, deliberate patterns. His postal route was a liturgy, a winding scripture of gravel and mailbox. He knew the lean of each post, the particular squeak of a hinge, the way the light fell on certain driveways at certain hours. The disruption was subtle, a single note off key in the daily hymn. On Route 7, along the old timber road where the firs grew thick and secretive, there stood a cluster of 5 mailboxes. They were identical, bought in bulk, a dull aluminum sheen. They were never used for mail. No catalogs, no bills, no postcards from sunny places. Instead, every Tuesday, without fail, each box contained a single, smooth, black pebble. They were perfect, ovoid, obsidian dark, fitting snugly in the palm. They were cool to the touch, and unnervingly light, as if they were not stone at all, but the shed carapaces of enormous beetles. Clark, a man of procedure, would remove them, feeling their strange, non-porous slickness, and deposit them in a canvas sack he kept for undeliverables. He told himself it was a prank, a peculiar local tradition, but the pattern was too perfect, the pebbles too identical. They felt less like objects and more like statements. His curiosity was a slow-growing vine. He began to linger on the timber road, parking his truck in a turnout and watching through binoculars. He saw the collectors. A man in a red flannel shirt driving a green pickup, a woman with a blonde ponytail and a sensible sedan. They would stop, open the mailbox, retrieve the pebble, and drive on. Their movements were efficient, devoid of the small human hesitations. A glance at the sky, a fumble with keys, a moment of stillness. They were tasks being completed. Clark felt a chill that had nothing to do with the coastal air. He remembered Cannon's words, "You watch the eyes." He took a pebble. He pocketed one. A Tuesday. His heart a frantic bird against his ribs. He brought it to May, the local geologist, a woman whose hands were permanently dusted with the memory of chalk, and whose eyes held the deep, patient time of strata. Her trailer was a cave of knowledge, maps pinned to every surface, specimens lining shelves. She took the pebble, held it under a strong lamp, turned it over. She tested it with a needle, a drop of acid, a diamond-tipped probe. Her usual fluid confidence stuttered, hardened into something else. Fear, Clark realized. A scholarly, profound fear. "It's not from here," she said, her voice hushed. "The specific gravity is wrong. The molecular lattice, it's ordered, but not in any crystalline structure I know. It's like a frozen song, Clark, and it's hollow. There's a cavity at the center, a perfect vacuum. It's a container." She looked at him, the lamplight catching the fine lines around her eyes. "Where'd you get this?" He told her about the mailboxes, the collectors, Cannon's midnight visit. As he spoke, the trailer seemed to shrink, the world outside to grow vast and watchful. May listened, her fingers never leaving the smooth black surface of the pebble. "Data storage," she murmured. "A technology that uses atomic lattices for memory. We theorize about it. They mail it, like it's a grocery circular. Aye." Together they descended into the quiet madness of observation. Clark, from his postal truck, a moving blind. May, from her geology van, pretending to take soil samples. They mapped the patterns. The pebbles were placed every Tuesday before dawn. They were collected between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. The collectors were different, yet the same. A farmer, a nurse, a logger, a school teacher. Their faces were bland, pleasant, forgettable. But their eyes, when Clark dared to meet them from behind his steering wheel, were flat. The light lay on the surface, did not penetrate. They were lenses, not windows. Clark's life became a double exposure. The familiar surface, the smell of sorted paper, the weight of his mailbag, the gossip at the post office, was now superimposed with a hidden negative. A network of silent exchange, of information flowing like dark water beneath the soil of his count. He saw connections everywhere. The sudden, unanimous vote to deny a new cell tower near the Timber Road. The unexplained failure of a local newspaper's press the day it planned to run a story on strange lights over the ridge. The way dogs would sometimes fall silent for hours, staring into the woods. The world was a veil, and behind it, something was being meticulously assembled. He confronted Cannon's replacement, a cheerful man named Ellis, who smiled too much. He mentioned the pebbles, the mailboxes on Route 7. Ellis' smile did not falter, but his eyes underwent a subtle, terrifying shift. The affable light in them was switched off, replaced by a cold, assessing blankness. It was the same look the collectors had. "Those are discontinued boxes, Clark. We're having them removed next week. Don't worry about them." The voice was pleasant, the words reasonable, but the eyes were a nullity. Clark understood then that Cannon had not been in charge. He had been a watched man, a supervisor under supervision, until his conscience had cracked and he had delivered his late confession into the rain. The crisis arrived on a Tuesday thick with the smell of coming thunder. Clark, driven by a paranoia that had become his second skeleton, decided to intercept. He reached a cluster of mailboxes before dawn. The forest, a wall of black on either side. He saw the placer. It was not a human operative. It was a machine, or something like one. A slender, jointed figure of a brushed, non-reflective metal, moving with an insectile grace. It placed each pebble with precise, reverent care. As it finished the fifth box, it turned its head. It had no face, only a smooth, curved surface. From it, a blue light scanned, a quick, painterly stroke that swept over Clark's truck. Then it simply stepped backward into the tree line and was gone, swallowed by the shadows. Terrified but propelled, Clark emptied all 5 boxes. He had the set. He sped to May's, the pebbles rattling in a tin lunchbox on the passenger seat like anxious teeth. In her trailer, Under the harsh surgical light of her work lamp, they experimented. May had rigged a high-frequency sound emitter, a theory about resonant frequencies. She placed one pebble in a containment bowl. The first tones did nothing. Then she hit a specific, throbbing harmonic. The pebble sang, a thin, piercing note that seemed to vibrate in their teeth, not their ears. And then it opened, not like a shell, but like a flower blooming in fast motion, its obsidian surface unfolding into a delicate, impossible lattice of filaments, each glowing with a soft, internal blue pulse. At its heart, suspended in the vacuum, was a complex, shifting knot of light. It was a city, a schematic, a mind. They could not tell. It was beautiful and utterly alien. The sound was their undoing. It was a beacon. They heard the vehicles then, pulling up outside, doors shutting with soft, solid thumps. Not the sheriff. These closures were quieter, more final. Clark looked out the window. 3 figures stood in the twilight. The man in red flannel, the woman with the ponytail, and Ellis, the new postmaster. They stood perfectly still, looking at the trailer. Their faces were calm. Their eyes reflected the trailer's yellow light in flat, uniform sheets. May's breath caught. The signal. Clark knew running was pointless. The network was everywhere. He looked at the unfolded pebble, the glowing data city. This was the truth. Not flying saucers, not anal probes, not grand invasions. This was a quiet, patient integration. A data stream delivered by rural mail. A colonization of information, using human-looking vessels to maintain the infrastructure. They were the ants, tending the fungal garden, unaware of the forest it was meant to devour. He took May's hand. Her fingers were cold, chalk dust dry. "When they come in," he whispered, his voice raw. "Tell them you were curious. Tell them I forced you. Tell them you don't understand what you saw." Clark. The eyes, May. Just look at their eyes. The door opened without a knock. Ellis entered first, his cheerful smile plastered on, a grotesque mask. The other 2 followed, moving into the small space with an economy that displaced the air. Trailer felt suffocatingly small. "Evening, Clark, May," Ellis said, his voice a perfect mimicry of friendly concern. "We picked up a concerning signal, unauthorized frequency. You have postal property that doesn't belong to you." His gaze fell on the unfolded pebble, its ethereal light dancing on the walls. The smile remained, but the thing behind his eyes shifted, calculating. May, trembling, pointed at Clark. "He brought it. I was just curious. I don't know what it is." Ellis' flat eyes moved to Clark. There was no anger, no menace. Only a cool, operational assessment. "You've seen the procedure, Clark. You've interrupted the exchange. This requires recalibration." The man in flannel stepped forward. He held a device, a simple gray cylinder. He pointed it at the unfolded pebble. A soundless pulse of white light, and the beautiful lattice collapsed in on itself, crumbling into a fine, inert black dust. The data city was gone. Then he turned the cylinder toward Clark. There was no pain, only a wave of profound, magnetic vertigo, and a sound. A high, clear, ringing note, the same note the pebble had sung, but turned inward. It filled his skull. He felt memories being touched, sorted. The pebbles in his hand, Cannon's rain-wet face, May's terrified eyes. They were not erased, but filed, placed behind a clear, thick pane of glass. He could see them, but he could no longer feel their weight. The connection was severed. When the vertigo passed, Ellis was helping him to his feet. The man and woman were gone. The dust of the pebble had been vacuumed neatly away. The tin lunchbox sat empty on the table. "You've been overworked," Clark," Ellis said, his voice dripping with synthetic kindness. "The root, the rain, it gets to a man, makes him see things, think things. We'll get you some help, a little rest." Clark looked at May. She was staring at her hands, her face blank. The deep, patient time in her eyes was gone, replaced by a shallow, placid confusion. I think I was running a sonic test," she mumbled. "On a basalt sample. Must have dozed off." They had been recalibrated. Their curiosity had been surgically removed, leaving only the hollow, healing scar of plausible denial. Clark was transferred to an indoor sorting facility in a town 50 miles away. A desk job. No route. He lives a quiet surface life. He sorts paper. He drinks coffee. He nods at the weather. But sometimes, in the dead stillness of night, or in the hum of the sorting machine, he hears it. A fragment. A residual signal. It is not a sound you hear with your ears, but a vibration in the marrow, a ringing in the roots of the teeth. It is a high, clear, lonely note. The note of a truth unfolding in a silent trailer, a note of beautiful and terrible light, now lost. It echoes. It does not change. It does not fade. It simply is. A pebble dropped into the deep, still well of him, forever falling, forever singing its one perfect, unanswerable song. The new job was a form of living silence. The fluorescent lights buzzed a flat, constant note that drowned out thought. His hands moved, sorting letters by zip code, a rhythm without meaning. He ate lunch at precisely noon. He made bland conversation with coworkers about sports teams he did not follow. He was a good employee. He was perfectly adjusted. He saw May once in the supermarket. Her cart held sensible items: bread, milk, a single tomato. She looked at him, and the flicker of something, not recognition, but a kind of synaptic static, crossed her face. Then she smiled, a polite, empty curve of the lips, and looked down at the tomato as if judging its ripeness. The connection was gone. She was a closed book written in a language he had forgotten how to read. Clark's own mind was a landscape of smooth, paved roads. The old dirt tracks, the paths that led into the dark woods of memory, were neatly barricaded with signs that read, "Do not enter," and "Official business only." He knew intellectually that something had happened. He had a file in his mind labeled Canon, Early Retirement. Another labeled Route 7, Mailbox Discontinuation. The files were clean, orderly, and utterly devoid of emotional content. They were reports written by someone else. But the note was a crack in the pavement, a tiny, persistent weed. It was not a memory. It was a sensation, a tuning fork struck in a distant room, whose vibration he felt in his bones. It had no images attached, no words, only a feeling of immense, structured beauty, and a loss so profound it felt like a physical cavity in his chest. He would be stacking sorted mail, and the hum of the machine would shift, just for a second, into that harmonic. He would freeze, a letter in his hand, waiting. But it would always resolve back into the mundane industrial drone. He began to map the silence. He noted which of his new co-workers never seemed tired, whose eyes held that flat, polished sheen. The security guard, Jenkins, who stood without shifting for 8 hours. The office manager, Mrs. Brandt, who always knew when someone was at her door before they knocked. They were islands of perfect, efficient stillness in the office's low-grade chaos. He gave them a wide berth. The compulsion started small, a deviation from routine. He would take a different street home. He would stir his coffee with his left hand instead of his right. He would hold his breath for a count of 17. Tiny, meaningless rebellions against the program of his life. He was testing the fences of his own mind. One Tuesday, always a Tuesday, he called in sick. He drove. He had no destination, but his hands on the wheel took him west, toward the coast, toward the rain, and the memory of furs. He bypassed his old town. He kept driving until he found a lonely stretch of shoreline, all gray rock and snarling surf. He stood on the cliff, the wind pulling at his coat. He closed his eyes, and instead of fighting the barricades in his mind, he leaned into the note. He focused on the vibration, the hollow ringing in his teeth. He followed it down, past the do not enter signs, into the dark. It wasn't a flood of memory. It was a single, clear image, retrieved not by his mind, but by his nervous system. The unfolded pebble, the lattice of light. Not the city it depicted, but the feeling of seeing it. A feeling of awe that was also a diagnosis. You are not alone, and you never were. This has been here all along. When he opened his eyes, the world was the same. The gray sea, the gray sky. But he was different. The recalibration had been incomplete. They had quarantined the facts, but the emotional resonance, the song of the thing, had seeped out. It was in him, a dormant signal. He knew then that he would not be left alone. A system that meticulous, that patient, would have diagnostics. It would know a piece of its captured data was still broadcasting, however faintly, from within the sanitized archive. It was a glitch, and glitches are found and corrected. He drove back to his apartment, a tidy, anonymous boxed auto. He made tea. He sat in his chair. He waited. He did not have to wait long. Just after midnight, a car pulled up outside. Not with a screech, but with a soft, electric hum. Doors opened and closed with that same solid, final sound. Footsteps approached, not hurried, utterly assured. Clark did not rise. He sipped his tea. He looked at the door. It opened. Ellis stood there, not in his postmaster uniform, but in dark, simple clothing. Behind him was the woman with the blonde ponytail. Her expression was one of mild, professional disappointment. "Hello, Clark," Ellis said. The cheerful mask was gone. His face was neutral, his voice a calm, clean instrument. "We're detecting residual instability, a persistent frequency. We need to complete the recalibration." Clark set his cup down. It clicked softly on the saucer. "The note," he said. "You can't delete it, can you? It's not data. It's the shape of the truth." Ellis's head tilted a fraction. "It enters interference. It prevents optimal function. You are part of the network now, Clark. A maintained node. Noise reduces efficiency." "Yes." The woman stepped forward, the gray cylinder in her hand. It was the same, yet different, smaller, more refined. Clark felt no fear, only a deep, crystalline certainty. They could take the memory again. They could sand his mind smooth once more. But the note was not in his mind. It was in the structure of him. They would have to break him entirely to silence it. He looked past them, out the open door, into the dark. Somewhere, in a trailer or a basement or a hollow tree, another pebble was unfolding. A data stream was flowing. A quiet, patient world was being built in the blind spots of his own. "It's okay," Clark said, and he meant it. He looked Ellis in his flat, polished eyes. "I understand the procedure." He did not close his eyes as the cylinder rose. He watched it, and in the moment before the white light and the inward ringing, he heard it one last time, pure and clear. The song of the pebble, the song of the hidden world. A single perfect note held against the coming silence. It was enough. The silence that followed was not empty. It was a plenum, a solid thing. Clark floated in it. He was aware of a process, a meticulous realignment. It was not violent. It was a gentle, inexorable pressure, like deep ocean current, reshaping a canyon over millennia. The note was isolated, identified, and encapsulated. It was not destroyed. It was entombed, wrapped in layers of psychic buffer material. The taste of lukewarm coffee, the smell of printer toner, the sensation of paper cuts, until it was muffled, dormant, a fossil in his subconscious. He woke in his chair. The teacup was cold in his hand. The door was closed. The night outside was ordinary. He felt a profound blanket fatigue. He went to bed and slept a dreamless sleep. The next day at work, the world was sharper, simpler. The buzzing of the lights was just a sound. The mail was just paper. Jenkins the guard was just a man standing still. Mrs. Brandt's preternatural awareness was just good hearing. Clark's mind was a clean, well-lit room. The barricades were gone because the treacherous paths they guarded were gone. The landscape had been leveled. He lived with a seamless ease. He enjoyed his coffee. He found genuine interest in the sports scores. He dated a pleasant woman from the accounting department. They went to movies and held hands. Her hands were warm. He never thought of cold, chalk dust fingers. Years passed in a pleasant blur. He got a promotion. He moved to a better apartment. He bought a dog, a friendly golden retriever named Salmon. On weekends, they walked in the park. Here's a good life, a real life. The other life, the one with the rain and the pebbles and the ringing note, was not a forgotten nightmare. It was simply non-existent, a story he had never been told. Then, on a Tuesday in March, Sam died. He was old. It was time. Clark buried him in the pet cemetery on the hill, under a young oak tree. He cried, real tears for a real loss. That night, alone in the quiet apartment, the silence was different. It had a shape to it, an absence where a warm, breathing presence had been. He made tea, the way he always did. He sat in his chair. He looked at Sam's empty bed by the radiator. And in the hollow of that ordinary human grief, something else stirred. A resonance. It was not the note. Not exactly. It was a memory of a feeling. The feeling of holding May's hand as the door opened. The feeling of solidarity in the face of the incomprehensible. It was a human feeling, raw and unprotected. The recalibration had smoothed over the alien wonder, the terror of the Pebbles song. But it had used human experiences as packing material. And now, grief had torn the packing open. He did not remember the events. He remembered the love. The desperate, protective love he had felt for May in that final moment. The love he had felt for Sam. They were the same texture. The system, in its sterile efficiency, had not accounted for this. It had used love to bury a secret, not understanding that all love is a secret, and all secrets are connected. Clark put down his cup. He went to the window. The street was quiet. He felt no urge to run, to investigate, to rebel. He felt calm. He understood something Ellis and his kind could not. They saw humans as nodes, as carriers, as messy hardware to be maintained. They did not see that the mess was the message. That grief could tunnel to places their technology could not reach. He would not go looking for the network. He would not try to hear the note again. He would live his good, simple life. He would love again and lose again. And each time, the grief would be real. And each time, it would quietly, imperceptibly, erode the tomb they had built inside him. He was not a glitch. He was a man. And a man is not a system to be calibrated. A man is a story, and stories have a way of finding their own end. He turned from the window, turned off the light, and went to bed. In the dark, he missed his dog. The feeling was vast and human. And somewhere, deep in the substrata of his soul, a fossil stirred. Not singing. Not yet. But breathing. The promotion came with a larger desk and a view of the parking lot. Clark accepted it with a modest smile. He married the woman from accounting. Her name was Linda. The wedding was in a park, under a bright sun. He felt happy. He felt sure. When she squeezed his hand during the vows, her skin was warm and slightly damp from the heat. He focused on that sensation. It was a good sensation. They had a daughter. They named her Chloe. Her cries in the night were a demand, not a signal. Her first steps were a triumph, not a mystery. Clark loved her with a ferocity that was simple and uncomplicated. He built her a treehouse. He read her bedtime stories. He was, by all accounts, an excellent father. The past was not a locked door. It was a wall that had never had a door in it at all. Chloe was 7 when she brought home the rock. It was for a school project, a collection of local minerals. She'd found it in the creek behind the school. It was smooth, oval, and a deep basaltic black. It fit perfectly in her small palm. "Look, Daddy," she said, holding it out. "It's my favorite. It's so quiet." Clark, helping her sort the other rocks. Granite, sandstone, quartz, froze. His hand hovered over a piece of limestone. A coldness, precise and thin as a surgical needle, slipped between his ribs. "Quiet?" he asked, his voice carefully level. "Yeah," Chloe said, turning the black stone over. "The others are all buzzy. This one is just still." He made himself take it from her. It was just a rock. Cool, heavy, inert. A river stone. He felt nothing. No vibration, no latent hum. Just the weight of it. "It's basalt, honey," he said, handing it back. "A good one." He turned back to the limestone, but the room seemed too bright. The buzz of the kitchen fluorescent suddenly abrasive. That night, after reading to Chloe, he stood in the doorway of her room. Her collection was on a shelf, the black rock centered. Moonlight from the window fell upon it. For a dizzying second, it seemed to drink the light, to hold a deeper darkness within itself. Clark blinked, and the illusion passed. It was just a rock on a shelf. But the word echoed. Quiet. The system, he realized, worked on averages, on the adult mind. It had calibrated him and Linda and the world they moved in. But Chloe was new. Her reception was different. She heard static they could not, found stillness where they sensed none. She was a fresh, uncalibrated receiver. What was buried in him as a fossil might be, in her, a living frequency. The thought brought no panic, no wild conspiracy. It brought a deep, paternal chill. The love he felt for her was the same love that had begun to erode the tomb. Now it formed a new, terrifying shape. The need to protect her from a truth he himself could not remember. To protect her curiosity, her ability to hear the quiet things, even if it meant protecting her from the source of that quiet. He began subtly to steer her. When she showed interest in astronomy, he bought her books on planets and rockets, not deep space radio anomalies. When she listened intently to the hum of the power lines, he taught her about electricity and transformers, about the human-made world. He was not lying. He was curating reality. He was building her a world that was bright, loud and explicable. A world with no silent, black stones. He succeeded. She grew into a vibrant, intelligent teenager, passionate about engineering. She saw the world as a system of problems to be solved. She looked at the stars and saw physics, not poetry. Clark was proud. And sometimes, in the quiet of his own heart, he grieved for the listener she had been. One afternoon, he was cleaning out the attic. Chloe was at university now. Linda was visiting her sister. The house was silent. In a box of old childhood things, he found the rock collection. The black basalt stone was there, tucked in a corner. He picked it up. He held it for a long time, sitting in the dusty attic light. He felt nothing. No note. No memory. Only the profound accumulated love for his daughter, and the ghost of the choice he had made for her. From downstairs, the mail slot clattered. The sound was ordinary, metallic, final. He heard the envelopes fan out on the hall floor. Bills, advertisements, the mundane network of human life. Clark put the stone back in the box. He closed the lid. He went downstairs. He gathered the mail. There, among the white and manila envelopes, was a single, small package. It was addressed to him in neat, handwritten script. The return address was a P.O. box in a town he did not recognize. The postmark was smudged. He carried it to the kitchen table. He did not open it immediately. He made a pot of coffee. He sat. The package was the size of a small book. It weighed almost nothing. Outside, the day was bright and clear. A dog barked down the street. A lawnmower started up. The world was going about its Tuesday. Clark looked at the package. He knew, with a certainty that required no memory, no recovered note, that he would open it. Not because he was curious, but because it had been delivered. It was his mail, and he was, after all, still a postman. His hands were steady as he reached for the scissors. The tape gave way with a soft, ripping sound. He folded back the plain brown paper. Inside was a small, hinged box made of unfinished pine. It smelled faintly of sawdust, and underneath, something else, the ozone scent of a coming storm. He lifted the lid. Nestled on a bed of faded green velvet was a pebble. It was gray, ordinary, river-worn. It was not the black basalt of Chloe's childhood. It was utterly unremarkable. Yet the sight of it stopped his breath, not with a memory, but with a physiological reaction. His heart hammered once, a thick, heavy beat against his ribs, then settled into a slow, deliberate rhythm that felt alien and ancient. There was no note, no explanation, just a pebble. He did not touch it. He stared. The lawnmower outside droned on. The coffee pot hissed on its warmer. The ordinary sounds of the kitchen seemed to warp, to stretch thin around the silent fact of the stone in the box. It was a key, but he had forgotten the lock. It was a message, but he had forgotten the language. Then a thought arose, clear and calm. It was not his thought. It felt deposited. The system maintains. It does not create. It prunes. It weeds. It cannot plant a seed. This had not come from Ellis or the network. This was from the blind spot. This was from the quiet world. His hand moved without his conscious command. His fingers closed around the pebble. It was cool, then warm. Not with his body heat, but with a warmth that seemed to come from within it. A gentle, latent energy. Like a stone left in the sun. He did not see lattices of light. He did not hear a note. Instead, a single word surfaced in his mind, crisp and whole, as if spoken directly onto the surface of his thoughts. Persephone, Daya? He knew it instantly. It was a name. Not for the pebble. For the strategy. The old myth. A thing taken down into the dark that must return to the light for life to continue. They had buried the note, the memory, the truth, deep inside him. They had made him a winter of the mind, but they could not stop the turn of the seasons. The love for his dog, the love for his daughter, these human, messy things, had been the slow, inevitable thought. This pebble was not a trigger. It was a greeting, an acknowledgement that the thaw was complete. He was not to fight. He was not to run. He was to carry. The pebble was not for him to activate. It was for him to hold, to keep safe, to be a quiet place where a quiet thing could rest, unseen, in the heart of the calibrated world. Clark closed the box. He finished his coffee. He placed the pine box on the shelf in his study, between a book on birdwatching and a framed photo of Chloe at her graduation. It looked like what it was, a small, unremarkable keepsake. That evening, when Linda returned, he kissed her cheek. He told her about the attic cleaning. He did not mention the package. The secret did not feel like a lie. It felt like a duty, a sacred, mundane duty, like delivering the mail. Later, in bed, Linda asleep beside him, he stared at the ceiling. He thought of Chloe, asleep in her dorm room, her mind bright with calculus and structural design. He thought of the black basalt stone, still in its box in the attic, quiet. He thought of the gray pebble on the shelf, a network of silence, a story told not in words, but in held objects and protected hearts. He was a node in it now, not of their making, but of his own. A maintained man holding an unmaintainable truth. He closed his eyes. For the first time in decades, he felt a sense of peace that was not a product of calibration, but of alignment. He was exactly where he was supposed to be. The postman, the father, the keeper of the quiet stone. The days resumed their pleasant rhythm. Linda talked of retirement plans, a cottage by a lake. Clark nodded, smiled, contributed ideas about boat docks and garden plots. He mowed the lawn. He paid the bills. He lived in the bright, predictable layer of existence, and the pine box on the shelf gathered a fine, domestic dust. The pebble did nothing. It demanded nothing. It was simply present, a tiny counterweight to the immense, invisible machinery of the maintained world. Clark found himself touching the box sometimes, not opening it, just resting his fingertips on the lid as he passed. A habit, like checking a watch. A silent check-in. Then, on a Thursday, the world flickered. He was in the grocery store, comparing prices on soup cans. The fluorescent lights overhead gave a sudden violent buzz and dimmed to a brown-out gloom for 3 full seconds. A collective, confused murmur rose from the other shoppers. When the lights flared back to full strength, they were harsher, whining at a pitch that set his teeth on edge. Clark stood very still, a can of tomato soup in his hand. It wasn't the power outage. It was the silence that had accompanied it. In that 3-second dip, the constant, subliminal hum that underpinned everything, the refrigeration units, the digital signs, the very air, had ceased. And in that cessation, he had heard or felt a single, profound thrum. It was not the pebble's note. It was deeper, older, a foundational sound, like the creak of tectonic plates. The system had hiccuped. He finished his shopping mechanically. In the parking lot, he saw a man leaning against a car, staring at his own hands as if he'd never seen them before. Their eyes met for an instant. The man's expression was one of blank, uncomprehending awe. Then he blinked, shook his head, got in his car, and drove away. When Clark arrived home, Linda was flustered. "Did your phone go crazy?" she asked. "Mine just lit up with gibberish for a minute, all symbols. Then it reset." He checked his. It was normal. "Must be a network thing," he said, his voice the model of calm. That night, he opened the pine box. The pebble was warm. Not slightly warm, but distinctly, unmistakably warm, as if it had been sitting in a sunbeam. He closed the lid. The flicker was not a failure, he understood. It was a strain. The quiet world was not attacking. It was growing, and its growth was putting pressure on the maintained systems. A week later, Chloe called from university. Her voice was excited, charged with the intellectual curiosity he had nurtured. "Dad, you won't believe this weird project my signals professor talked about today. It's about residual data ghosts in old infrastructure. He said there are places where you can point a receiver at a concrete wall and pick up a faint echo of a radio broadcast from the 1940s. It's like the material remembers." She laughed. "He called it architectural tinnitus. Isn't that cool?" "Very cool," Clark said, his mouth dry. He saw Ellis's neutral face, heard his clean voice. Residual instability. A persistent frequency. They weren't just pruning minds. They were scrubbing walls. Scrubbing reality itself. And they were missing spots. After he hung up, he went to the study. He took the pebble from its box. He held it in his palm and walked through his house. In the living room, it was just warm. In the kitchen, near the humming refrigerator, its warmth pulsed gently, like a slow heartbeat. In the corner of the basement by the old, unpainted foundation wall, it grew so hot, he almost dropped it. He held it up to the concrete. The surface looked inert, cold. But to the pebble, it was singing. A song of old pipes and long, quiet echoes. A song the calibration had tried and failed to erase. He understood his role then, fully. He was not a soldier. He was a surveyor. The pebble was a dowsing rod, not for water, but for memory, for truth. His maintained life was the perfect camouflage. Who would suspect the contented postman, the proud father, the planning rhetoré? He could go anywhere, notice nothing, and feel everything. The next Saturday he took a drive. Just a drive, he told Linda, to clear his head. He brought the pebble in his pocket. He drove to the edge of town, to the old industrial park, a place of silent warehouses and chain-link fences. He parked and walked, his hand closed around the stone. Most places, it was dormant. Near a particular substation, it thrummed. Near a nondescript administrative building that had no company name on the door, it went ice cold. He kept walking. Behind a rusted-out storage yard, where weeds pushed through cracked asphalt, he stopped. The pebble was burning, not with heat, but with a vibration so intense, it felt like a tiny engine in his fist. He looked around. There was nothing here, just weeds, asphalt, and the back of a vast, windowless building. But under his feet, he knew, was a blind spot. A place the calibration could not reach or had missed. Place where the world's tinnitus was not a faint echo, but a clear, strong signal. He didn't dig. He didn't mark the spot. He simply stood there for a long moment, letting the pebble communicate its silent, seismic shout to his bones. Then he turned and walked back to his car. He drove home, the pebble cooling in his pocket, returning to its state of quiet warmth. He had no plan to report his findings. There was no one to report to. The knowledge itself was the action. The quiet world knew now that he knew. That was the next step. That night, as he slept, he dreamed not of notes or lattices of light, but of roots. Thick, white, gentle roots growing down through the dark soil, feeling their way around obstructions, seeking the deep, hidden water. They were not aggressive. They were patient, and they were everywhere. He woke at dawn. Linda was still asleep. The house was silent. He went to the window. The first birds were beginning to sing. In the east, the sky was pale gray. In his pocket, the pebble was peacefully warm. Clark put the coffee on. He listened to the ordinary sounds of his house waking up. The creak of a pipe. The hum of the water heater. The soft sigh of Linda turning over in bed. He was the postman, the surveyor, the keeper of the quiet stone. And the delivery was just beginning. Story 2. The line was bad, a hiss of empty distance. The stones are singing again. The frequency is It's in the bones. A crackle. A sound like dry leaves skittering across pavement. Do you copy? The drop is compromised. The carrier has seen the boxes. Another voice. Flatter, colder, cutting through the static. Which carrier? A long pause filled only by the hum of dead air. The one who walks the loop. He's looking at the stones. The first voice returned, whispery now, afraid. He can't know the alphabet. No one knows the alphabet. The transmission didn't end so much as unravel into a silence so profound, it felt like a substance. Brody walked his loop. That was the term, a loop. A circuit of 73 miles of county road that curled around the foothills, like a discarded ribbon. He knew the heft of his mail satchel, the precise squeak of the truck's suspension at the turn onto Old Pine Road. The way the morning light fell differently on the split rail fence by the Henderson place in October than it did in July. His life was a catalog of such minutiae, a quiet scripture of the mundane. The loop was his liturgy. The anomaly began as a slight deviation in weight. The cluster of boxes at the end of Gable Ridge Road, 5 of them, all identical government-issue units, mounted on a single cedar post for the old Miller farm parcels, sold off years ago. They were never used for mail. No catalogs, no circulars, no tax reminders. Yet every Tuesday, without fail, they were full. Not with paper, but with stones. Brody first noticed it as an absence of sound. The thump and rustle of envelopes was gone. When he swung the metal door open, there was only a soft, solid rattle. Inside, each compartment held a handful of smooth black pebbles. They were unnervingly uniform, each the size of a large almond, each obsidian smooth, but without a gleam, swallowing the light. They felt cool and dense in his palm, heavier than any stone had a right to be. He dumped them out into the weeds, a small dark cascade, and note the emptiness in his log. No mail, box cleared. It became a Tuesday ritual, but ritual breeds focus, and focus breeds suspicion. He began to observe the other oddities. The boxes were always filled by the time he arrived at 10:15 a.m. The stones were always arranged neatly, not tossed. And sometimes, on the long, lonely stretches between stops, he would see a car. Always a sedan, dull-colored and unremarkable, parked on a pull-off or idling at a crossroads. The drivers were men and women of such profound averageness, they seemed to blur at the edges. Their faces were templates, their clothing a study and forgettable. They never waved. They just watched him pass, their eyes tracking his truck with a passive, mechanical precision that made the back of his neck prickle. One Tuesday, under a sky the color of wet slate, he did not dump the stones. The air tasted of ozone, and a low pressure hummed in his ears. On a whim, a rebellion against the silent order of his loop, he scooped the pebbles from the 5 boxes into a canvas bank bag he used for registered letters. They settled with a quiet, final clink. He drove the rest of his route with the bag on the passenger seat, a cold, dense presence. His lunch hour was spent not at the counter of the diner, but in the cluttered back room of the County Geological Survey office, a place that smelled of dust and old rock samples. Lynn, the survey geologist, was a woman with clever eyes and fingers permanently stained with earth. She listened to his halting explanation, a curiosity about local minerals, he said, with a skeptical tilt of her head. But when he poured the stones onto her felt-lined tray, her demeanor changed. The professional curiosity evaporated, replaced by something colder, more clinical. She handled them with tweezers, not her hands. She put one under a magnifying lens, then a microscope. "This isn't right," she murmured, not to him, but to the stone. "No crystalline structure, no grain, no inclusions." She tested it with a hardness pick, and the metal tip skated off as if on glass, leaving no mark. She weighed it. measured its displacement in water. The specific gravity is impossible. It's too dense for silicate, too inert for metal. She finally looked at him, her eyes wide in the fluorescent light. "Brody, where did you really get these?" He told her about the boxes, the Tuesday ritual, the unmarked cars. The words sounded ludicrous in the small, dusty room, but the stones on the table were a harder truth. Lynn's face paled. "They're not from here," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "The atomic lattice is too perfect. It's engineered. And there's a resonance." She placed one on a small metal plate and tapped it gently with a hammer. Instead of a click, it emitted a low, pure tone that seemed to vibrate in the teeth, not the ears. A tone that lingered long after the strike. "It's data," she said, the certainty in her voice terrifying. "Information stored in atomic spin or quantum state alignment. A library in a pebble. And someone is using your mailboxes as a dead drop. Paranoia, once seeded, grows in the dark soil of routine. Brody's loop became a theater of hidden meaning. The rustle of cornstalks was coded speech. The flight patterns of crows were surveillance routes." He watched Franklin, the postmaster, a man of bureaucratic size and thinning hair with new eyes. Franklin's occasional questions about the Gable Ridge boxes, always casual, always offhand, now seemed laden with sinister intent. Was he monitoring the exchange? Was he part of it? The post office itself, with its faint smell of glue and dust, felt like a front, a bland facade for a silent, stone-based telegraphy. Brody and Lynn met in secret, in her cabin at the edge of the woods. Their alliance was built on shared dread and the cold, singing stones. They documented everything. He noted car license plates. They were always fake, or registered to defunct businesses. She recorded the resonant frequencies of the pebbles, which varied slightly from batch to batch, a symphony of silent songs. They were mice sketching a blueprint of the cathedral, understanding only that the scale was monstrous. The unraveling began with a missed connection. One Tuesday, a storm lashed the hills, turning the roads to slurry. Brody was hours late. When he reached the Gable Ridge boxes, they were still full of stones. But as he sat in his idling truck, wipers slapping furiously, he saw one of the sedans, a pale gray ghost, parked 100 yards down the road. The operative was just standing there in the rain, a man in a tan coat, getting soaked, staring at the boxes, then at his watch, then at Brody's truck. There was no pretense of averageness now. His posture was pure frustration, a cog out of sync. Brody, hard hammering against his ribs, performed his duty. He collected the stones. As he drove away, he saw the man in his rear view, not getting in his car, just watching him leave, a solitary, sodden sentinel. The next day, Franklin called him into the office. The room was too warm. "Brody," Franklin began, rubbing his temples. "The Gable Ridge route, we're getting complaints." He wouldn't specify the nature. His eyes, usually vague, were sharp, pinpricks of focus. "It might be best if you took a few days. Paid leave. Things are delicate." That night, Lynn called, her voice tight with panic. Her cabin had been searched. Not ransacked, but searched with a terrifying thoroughness. Drawers were put back a millimeter out of alignment. Rock samples were in the wrong trays. Her notes on the stones were gone. "They know, Brody. They know I know." They decided to make a copy. A reckless, desperate act. Lynn had a theory. If the data was stored in physical structure, a precise physical shock might reorder it, creating a kind of negative, a static-filled echo-dotting. They took one pebble to a remote quarry. Lynn rigged a small, precise charge, a shaped blast of force. They stood behind her truck, hands over their ears. The crack of the explosion was swallowed by the vast night. Where the stone had been, embedded in a soft clay bank, there was now a shallow, perfect impression of its shape. And within that impression, glowing with a faint, internal blue light, was a perfect silicate cast of the pebble, a ghost stone. It was warm to the touch, and when Lynn lifted it, it pulsed once, softly, like a dying star. It was a beacon. They knew it immediately. They had tripped a silent alarm woven into the stone's very being. The chase was quiet, a nightmare of slow motion. Brody's truck died on a dark forest service road, the electronics simply sighing and going dark. The world became silent. No insects, no wind. Then, the soft crunch of footsteps on gravel. Figures emerged from the trees, not running, but walking with an efficient, unhurried gait. The operatives. Their faces were calm, blank, devoid of malice or even interest. They were simply correcting an error. Lynn held the glowing cast in her hand. It's a map, she breathed. Not of places, of people. The frequencies, their names, they're a registry. Brody understood then. The mailboxes weren't for communication. They were for check-ins. The stones were tokens, carried by beings who looked human, who lived among the hills, reporting in every Tuesday. A census of the hidden. And he, the carrier, had been the unwitting curator of their presence. The figures closed in. There was no weapon drawn, no shouted command. One of them, a woman with short brown hair, extended her hand toward Lynn, not for the stone, but as if to touch her face. Her expression was one of faint, clinical pity. Brody did the only thing he could think of. He threw the canvas bag, still holding 24 of the original silent pebbles, high into the air. It arced against the starless sky and came down on the rocky path with a crash. The sound was not a sound. It was a concussion of pure information, a shattering chord of 1,000 resonant frequencies unleashed at once. The world tore. The trees blurred into streaks of dark green paint. The night sky rippled like a pond. The operatives staggered, not in pain, but in profound systemic distress, their hands going to their ears, their perfect composure shattered. The blue glow from Lynn's cast flared, blindingly bright, etching the scene in negative on their retinas. Then, blackness. Brody woke at dawn, lying in the dew-wet grass by the side of the road. His truck was there, keys in the ignition. It started instantly. Lynn was gone. There was no sign of the operatives, no sign of the stones, no sign of the glowing cast. The quarry, when he drove there, shaking, showed only a small, unremarkable scorch mark on the clay. He returned to work. Franklin never mentioned the leave. The Gable Ridge boxes, that Tuesday, were empty. They remained empty. The sedans were gone from the pull-offs. The loop was just a loop again, a 73-mile scripture of the mundane. Sometimes, in the deep silence of the night, Brody will wake, his teeth humming with a subaudible tone. A memory of a frequency. He will rise and walk to his window. Down in the valley, where the town lights glitter like scattered earthbound stars, he will see, or believe he sees, a single, faint blue pulse of light, steady and slow, from the direction of the old Geological Survey office. It winks once, twice, a heartbeat of impossible data in the sleeping world, and he will stand there until dawn, unable to determine if it is a signal, a symptom, or the last, fading echo of a stone's song, wondering if he is the one who is now checking in, if the registry has a new, unwilling name, and if the loop he walks is wider and stranger than he ever dreamed, a loop that includes the earth and the sky. He picks up a small, ordinary stone from his garden, cool and rough in his hand, and holds it to his ear, listening for the ghost of a hum that is either the wind or the world remembering itself. The diner coffee tasted of burnt plastic and routine. Brody stirred in a third sugar, watching the granules dissolve into a beige vortex. His reflection in the chrome napkin holder was a familiar stranger, a man whose eyes held a stillness that hadn't been there before. The morning chatter of farmers and truckers was a comforting blanket of noise, but he found himself parsing it, listening not for words but for cadence, for the unnatural pause, for the hum beneath the breath. He had taken to walking at night, not along his mail route, but through the sleeping town. He mapped the pulse of streetlights, the intervals of their orange glow. He noted which houses had a light on at 3 a.m., which dogs did not bark as he passed. It was a new loop, smaller, more intimate, and more terrifying. He was auditing his own world. The blue pulse from the survey office had not appeared again. Lynn's cabin was occupied by a cheerful botanist from the university who knew nothing of geology or missing persons. The official story was a sudden research sabbatical. Brody had called her sister once, a number he found in an old phone book. The sister's grief was 2 years old. Lynn, she said, had died in a car accident out of state. The memorial had been small. Brody had thanked her and hung up, the receiver slick in his hand. The past was not just rewritten. It had been excavated and filled with new, clean soil. He was in the post office basement, searching for a misplaced bundle of parcel slips, when he found the stone. It was not black and smooth. It was a common piece of fieldstone, jagged in the color of dried mud, lying in the dust behind a stack of old forwarding forms. He would have ignored it, but his foot kicked it, and it skittered across the concrete with a sound that was not a scrape, but a clear, soft ping. Like a tiny bell, he picked it up. It was warm, not from the sun, for no sun reached this place. It was a deep, internal warmth, like a baked potato held in the palm. He closed his fingers around it. The warmth pulsed, once a slow, deliberate beat. Then it lay inert. Brody pocketed it. The weight was negligible, but it pulled at him like an anchor. He finished his shift in a haze, the stone a secret sun against his thigh. That night, under the bare bulb of his kitchen, he examined it. It was utterly unremarkable. He tapped it with a knife. A dull talk. He tried the hammer from his toolbox. A faint, tinny resonance. Nothing like the pure tone of the black pebbles. Disappointment washed over him, followed by a ridiculous, profound relief. It was just a rock. He had been wrong. The world was sane. He went to drop it into his trash can, but his hand wouldn't obey. He set it on the windowsill instead. He slept fitfully, dreaming of Lynn in the quarry, her mouth moving, but emitting only a high-pitched, sustained whistle. He was jolted awake not by a sound, but by a light. A soft, amber glow throbbed from the kitchen, not the cool blue of the cast stone, but a warm, honeyed gold. He found the fieldstone on the sill, pulsing gently, rhythmically. As he watched, the light faded, leaving the rock dark and cold once more. In the morning, there was a new mailer in his postal cubby. A plain white envelope. No stamp, no postmark, just his name typed on the front. Inside was a single sheet of paper. On it was a simple line drawing of a stone, roughly the shape of the one in his pocket. Beneath it were coordinates, not of longitude and latitude, but of something else. A list of numbers that corresponded to roads. County Road 7, State Route 112, Old Pine Road, is loop, and at the end, a time, 10:15 a.m., Tuesday, Iowa. The stone in his pocket grew warm. He understood. The drop was not compromised. It had been moved. The carrier had not just seen the boxes. He had become one. The registry was not just of them. It was of the aware. The stone was not a library or a token. It was a test. And the pulse last night was not a signal to others. It was a question directed at him. The paper in his hand was an answer. He looked up. Franklin was in his glass-walled office, sipping coffee, staring not at Brody, but at the wall clock. His face was the same mask of bureaucratic fatigue, but his fingers, wrapped around the mug, tapped once, twice, in perfect sync with the second hand. A rhythm, a frequency. Brody put the paper in his pocket, next to the warm, ordinary stone. He hefted his mail satchel, feeling its familiar empty weight. The loop awaited. He walked out into the morning light, the hum in his bones not a memory now, but a conversation, and he began, for the first time, to listen for his own voice in the reply. The Tuesday air was thick and still, the kind of stillness that feels like a held breath. Brody drove his loop with a new hyper-alert numbness. The fields of corn and soy were a green sea, and he was a ship sailing a charted course, but the depth beneath him was now unknown and infinite. The stone in his pocket was a quiet companion, its warmth a constant low-grade fever against his leg. He did not check the coordinates on the paper. He knew them by heart. They were the bones of his old life. He delivered the mail, bills, catalogs, personal letters sealed with mundane hopes. Each mailbox he opened was a moment of profound tension, a silent question. Would there be a black pebble? A new instruction? An operative with a face like a smooth stone? But there was only the empty, slightly rusty interior, smelling of damp metal and spiders. He reached the final coordinate on the list, just as the dashboard clock flipped to 10:14. It was not a mailbox. It was a historical marker, a weathered granite pillar commemorating a forgotten skirmish from the Civil War, tucked into a scraggly copse of pines at a three-way intersection. He pulled over, the gravel crunching too loudly in the silence. His hands were steady on the wheel. He realized he was waiting for a sign, a further command. None came. The stone in his pocket pulsed, a single, strong beat of warmth that spread through his hip. He got out of the truck. The air was utterly silent. No birds, no distant tractor hum. He walked to the marker, his boots whispering through dry grass. He half expected to see a figure, a sedan, some proof of the architecture behind this madness. There was nothing. Then he saw it. At the base of the granite pillar, where the earth was worn bare by weather, there was a small, neat hole. It was perfectly round, the size of a quarter, and deep. Without knowing why, Brody knelt. He took the warm fieldstone from his pocket. It fit the hole exactly. He did not push it in. He simply placed it on the rim. The stone, as if of its own volition, rolled the final millimeter and dropped into the darkness with a soft, final thud. A vibration traveled up through the earth, into his knees. It was not a sound, but a feeling of release, like a key turning in a well-oiled lock far underground. The silence of the intersection deepened, then broke. A bird chirped. A breeze rustled the pines. The world exhaled. When he stood, there was a man leaning against his mail truck. It was Franklin, but it was not Franklin. The posture was all wrong. Loose, confident, the weary slope of his shoulders gone. He held a black pebble, rolling it between his fingers. Acknowledged, the man said. His voice was Franklin's, but the inflection was alien. A recording played back on slightly different equipment. Brody said nothing. His mouth was dry. The registry is updated, not Franklin continued. He pocketed the pebble. You have performed a service, a necessary calibration. The previous agent became unstable. Her curiosity was poetic, but ultimately noisy. Lynn, Brody said, the name a crack in the dry earth of his throat. A designation. Yes. The man pushed off the truck. You are quieter. You understand the value of the loop. the importance of the route. He took a step closer. His eyes were Franklin's pale blue, but the emptiness behind them was total, a vista of frozen stars. The mechanism is vast, Brody. It is not for you to understand its purpose, only to maintain its function. You are a keeper of silence now, a shepherd of the unseen. And if I say no, Brody heard himself ask. The man smiled, a thin, practiced stretch of lips that didn't touch his eyes. You already said yes. You returned the stone. You completed the circuit. Your name is in the lattice. The hum you hear is your own resonance, aligning. He turned and began to walk toward a car that had appeared, silent and gray, under the shadow of the pines. He paused, looking back. Tuesday, Brody. The loop continues. Some boxes will be empty. Some will be full. You will clear them. You will log it. No mail, box cleared. It's a good, simple truth. The car door shut with a solid thump. The vehicle pulled onto the road and was gone. Brody drove back to the post office. He filed his logs. He nodded to the clerks. In his cubby, there was another plain envelope. Inside was a key and an address on Gable Ridge. Not a mailbox, a house. A small, tidy farmhouse set back from the road, with a porch swing and a well-kept garden. His new Tuesday stop thought. That evening, he stood at his window. The town lights glittered, a map of ordinary lives. He felt the hum in his teeth. A constant, low note that was part of the background now, like the sound of his own blood. He was not waiting for a blue pulse. He was listening to the silence between the pulses, a silence he was now employed to keep. He picked up a stone from his garden, cool and rough. He held it, and for a moment, he thought he felt the faintest echo of warmth, a sympathetic vibration from deep within the earth. He put it in his pocket. It was just a stone. It was the only stone. And the loop, wider and stranger than he ever dreamed, stretched out before him. A 73-mile scripture he was now doomed to read, and to write, one quiet Tuesday at a time. The farmhouse on Gable Ridge was painted a fading white, with shutters the color of a tired sky. The first Tuesday, Brody approached it not as a mailman, but as a pilgrim. The key from the envelope fit the front door lock with a smooth, oiled click. The interior was spare, clean, and utterly impersonal. A table, a chair, a single shelf. On the table sat a wooden box, its lid closed. His instructions, now ingrained, were simple. Open the box. If it contained a black pebble, he was to take it. He would know where to deliver it. A location would impress itself upon his mind during the drive, a sudden, unshakable knowing. If the box was empty, he was to lock the door and leave. No mail. Box cleared. That first day, the box held a single pebble. It was cool and inert in his hand. As he drove back toward town, the knowing came not as a thought, but as a pull, a subtle rerouting of his intention. He found himself turning down a dirt track he'd passed 1,000 times, leading to a derelict barn. Inside, amidst the dust and rot, a newer metal cabinet was bolted to a floor joist. A small slot on its front accepted the pebble with a soft metallic sigh. As he drove away, the hum in his bones shifted, a single note resolving into a minor chord of satisfaction. The system approved. Weeks bled into months. The routine was seamless, airtight. He became a ghost in his own life, moving through the town with a polite distance. He ate at the diner, but tasted nothing. He made small talk, but heard only the sub-audible frequencies beneath the words. He saw them sometimes, the operatives, the hidden ones, the barista who never blinked, the mechanic who fixed cars with an uncanny, silent speed, the child on the playground who watched the clouds with the focus of a cartographer. They did not acknowledge him, nor he them. They were parts of the same silent machine. The farmhouse box was sometimes empty, sometimes full. He made his deliveries. He maintained the loot. Then, on a Tuesday in late October, the box contained not a pebble, but a folded square of rice paper. On it, in a delicate spidery script he recognized as Lynn's, were 2 words. Remember the quarry. The paper dissolved to ash in his hand the moment he finished reading, the particles vanishing before they hit the floor. The shock was physical, a jolt to his heart. It was a message from before the rewrite, a fossil in the system, a flaw. Her curiosity buried but not erased. That night, the hum in his teeth became a discordant whine. He stood at his window, but the valley lights seemed to strobe, out of sync. He felt a pressure behind his eyes, a building static. They knew. The system had detected the anomaly, not the message itself, but the disruption in him, the receiver. He drove to the quarry, not knowing why. The scorch mark was long gone, grassed over. The place was just a hollow in the land. He stood in the center, the cold moon overhead. The hum rose to a piercing shriek, and for a moment, the world peeled back. He saw not the quarry, but a vast, luminous lattice, a 3-dimensional web of light and connection spanning the hills. Each node pulsed with a soft glow. The farmhouse, the barn, the post office, his own home. And he saw, with terrifying clarity, a single frayed thread of brilliant gold, snapping and sparking where Lynn's cabin had been, connected to nothing. An open circuit, her legacy. And he saw his own node, a steady, obedient amber. But now, from it, a thin new filament was growing, reaching instinctively toward that frayed, golden end, reaching for connection. The vision snapped away. He was on his knees in the gravel, breath ragged. The hum subsided to its usual drone, but it was different now. It carried a new texture, a whisper of resistance. The next Tuesday, the farmhouse box was empty. He locked the door. As he walked back to his truck, he saw a figure standing at the tree line. It was the woman with the short brown hair, the operative from that final night. Her clinical pity was gone. In its place was a look of cold assessment. She held up a single finger. A warning. 1. Brody got in his truck and drove. He completed his loop. He filed his log. But that night, he did not stand at the window. He sat at his kitchen table with a blank sheet of paper and a pencil. He did not know what to write, or who to write to, but he began to draw, his hand moving without conscious command. Nards, a pattern, not a frequency. A map of the lattice as he had seen it, with its one sparkling broken end. He was not Lynn. He had no theory, no grand rebellion. He was just a carrier. And so, he would carry this. He would fold it into a square, and he would find a way to leave it in the box, or in a mailbox, or in the earth. A new piece of data, a silent, spreading flaw in the scripture. A single quiet note of remembered noise in the endless, humming loop. The pencil moved with a precision that was not his own, tracing arcs and intersections, nodes and dead ends. It was the map of a ghost limb, a phantom circuit. When he was done, his hand ached. The diagram meant nothing and everything. It was a snapshot of a wound in the system. He folded the paper, once, twice, until it was a thick, small square. He held it in his palm. It was just paper. It was the only paper. For a week, he carried it. The farmhouse box remained empty. The operative watched from the edges of his vision. A shadow in the post office parking lot, a silhouette in a passing car. The warning hung in the air. A held breath before a storm. He understood the countdown. He had been given a 1. A 0 would be next, and then the silence would be permanent. He would become like Lynn, a rewritten fact, a closed file. He knew he could not place the folded map in the farmhouse box. That was monitored, a direct feed. The system would digest it and purge him. He needed a blind spot, a place outside the official registry. He thought of the feeling that guided him to the derelict barn, the unshakable knowing. That was the system's own navigation. He needed its opposite, a place the lattice ignored. He found it on a Thursday, off his route, a place with no reason for him to be. It was an old, collapsed bridge over a creek that had changed course a century ago. The stone abutments were still there, shrouded in poison ivy and folklore. Kids claimed it was haunted. As Brody stood before the mossy stones, the hum in his bones didn't shift or change. It simply faded. Here, the ever-present frequency met a kind of null point, an eddy in the signal. This was a place the machine did not see. He knelt, pried up a flat stone at the base of the abutment, and placed the folded diagram beneath it. He pressed the stone back into the mud. It was not a delivery. It was a burial, a seed. That night, the pressure behind his eyes ceased. The discordant whine smoothed back into the drone. He slept deeply, dreamlessly. In the morning, he half believed he had imagined it all. The map, the lattice, the breaking point. But the next Tuesday, the farmhouse box was not empty. It did not contain a pebble. It held a single, fresh dandelion, its yellow head bright as a sunspot against the dark wood. He picked it up. It was real, damp with dew. A vibrant, living thing utterly alien to the sterile exchange. As he held it, a location bloomed in his mind, not with the system's coercive pull, but with a gentle, floral insistence. It was the old playground behind the shuttered elementary school, where a single rusting swing hung from a lone metal frame. He drove there, the dandelion on the passenger seat. The playground was deserted. He walked to the swing. Tied to its chain, with a piece of twine, was another folded square of rice paper. He untied it, letting the dandelion fall onto the seat of the swing. The paper bore the same spidery script. The null points grow. The lattice has cracks. Water finds them. Be water, Brody. The paper dissolved. He looked at the dandelion, a spot of defiant color on the cracked rubber seat. He did not pick it up. He left it there, a signal for no one, for anyone. A flaw in the field. As he drove back, he felt it. A new, faint vibration, not in his teeth, but in his chest. A second frequency, weak and green, growing under the monolithic hum. It did not come from the earth or the system. It came from the buried paper, from the dandelion, from the memory of a sparking golden thread. It was the sound of roots in stone. The loop was still his scripture, but he was no longer just reading it. In the margins, in the silence between the lines, he had begun, quietly, to write back. The second frequency was a secret. He nurtured it by noticing things the system seemed to ignore. The way moss grew on the north side of the mailboxes. The specific, fading pattern of a spray-painted tag on the overpass. The names on the gravestones in Little Hill Cemetery he passed each Tuesday. These were not data points for the lattice. They were just details. Human details. He collected them like smooth stones in his mind. The farmhouse box returned to its normal rhythm, pebbles or emptiness. The operative's surveillance seemed to lessen, her presence receding like a tide. He was compliant. He was quiet. The system's hum was a blanket of white noise, and beneath it, his own green frequency pulsed, soft and steady as a heartbeat. Then, in December, a new instruction came not from the box, but from the loop itself. As he placed a bundle of holiday catalogs into the Clarkson mailbox, a wave of pure directive knowing washed over him, so strong his knees buckled. He had to go to the water tower on the ridge. Now, he drove, compelled. The water tower stood skeletal against a gray sky, its great silver tank looming over the town. At its base, a small access door, usually rusted shut, stood ajar. Inside, on the first metal rung of the interior ladder, sat a black pebble. But this was not a delivery. This was a collection. The knowing was clear. This pebble was wrong. It was a piece of the system that had been moved, hidden here by an agent who had, like Lynn, become unstable. Brody's task was to retrieve it and return it to the flow. He picked it up. It was freezing cold, and the moment his fingers closed around it, the world snapped into hyper-clarity. He saw, etched into the pebble's surface, not with tools, but with something like focused light, a tiny, perfect star. And with that vision came a scream of feedback in his mind, a shattering dissonance between the system's hum and his own green frequency. This pebble was not just misplaced. It was a record, a memory stone. The system wanted it back, so it could be erased. Brody stood in the dark, cylindrical space, the cold pebble in one hand, the roar of contradiction in his skull. To obey was to silence a voice. To disobey was to mark himself for deletion. He thought of the dandelion on the swing, of roots in stone. He thought of water finding cracks. He put the star-marked pebble into his pocket. From his other pocket, he took a plain gray river stone he had picked up from his garden that morning. He placed it on the ladder rung. It was roughly the same size, the same weight. A substitute, a lie. He closed the access door and drove away. For 10 minutes, nothing happened. Then a wave of profound, soothing approval radiated from the hum. The system had accepted the exchange. It had scanned the weight, the mass, and found it correct. It did not read the symbol. It could not see the star. In the quiet of his truck, Brody took the black pebble out. The star seemed to glow with a faint, internal light. He didn't know what it meant, but he knew where to take it. The knowing didn't come from the lattice this time. It came from the green frequency, a gentle pull toward the old bridge, toward the null point. He went there after his route, as the early winter dark descended. He lifted the same flat stone. Beneath it, his folded diagram was still there, damp but intact. Next to it, he placed the star-marked pebble. He covered them both. As he stood, he felt a shift. The two hidden things, the map and the memory, were now in conversation. The null point was no longer just an empty space. It was an archive, a tiny silent rebellion growing in the dark. He drove home, the system's hum a contented purr, unaware. In his chest, the green frequency was stronger, warmed by the heat of a hidden star. The loop continued, but he was no longer just a keeper of silence. He was a curator of noise. And Tuesday was forever. Story 3. The sky above the town of Jericho was not a fixed thing. It was a fluid, breathing entity. A dark velvet soaked in ink that bled at the edges. The stars were not pins of light, but slow, viscous drips of silver. And on certain nights they moved. Not the predictable arc of satellites, but a languid, deliberate drift, as if rearranging themselves into new, temporary constellations. The townsfolk, when they noticed, which was rarely attributed to atmospheric distortion, to high-altitude ice crystals, to the peculiar haze that sometimes rose from the salt flats to the west. They were a practical people. They did not look up for long. Gracie Morgan looked up. She was the head librarian of the Jericho Municipal Library, a limestone building that smelled of dust, aging paper, and the faint, sweet decay of binding glue. Her life was a catalog of quiet routines, a symphony of soft footsteps on worn oak floors, and the gentle thud of closing covers. She found comfort in the fixed nature of things, in the Dewey Decimal System, in the certainty that a book, once shelved, would remain itself. This changed on a Tuesday in late October. The anomaly was in the northwest corner, a dim alcove dedicated to local histories and geological surveys of the surrounding desert. Gracie was reshelving a volume on pre-Columbian pottery shards when her fingers brushed a spine that felt wrong. It was too smooth, too cool like polished stone. The title, stamped in faded gold, was in no alphabet she recognized. It was a series of elegant interlocking glyphs that seemed to shift under direct light. She pulled the book from the shelf. It was heavier than it should have been. She opened it. The pages were not paper. They were a thin, flexible metallic substrate, and the script upon them was a river of living symbols. They did not sit static on the page. They shimmered, a slow, wave-like motion, as if the ink itself was a colony of microscopic organisms. She closed the book, her heart a sudden, frantic bird in her chest. She replaced it, exactly as she had found it. The next morning, before dawn, she went straight to the alcove. The book was gone. In its place was another, of similar heft and texture. But the glyphs were entirely different, more angular, less fluid. She checked the catalog. There was no record of either volume. The shelf space, according to the library's master index, was empty. That was the first crack in the world. Gracie began a log, a simple notebook kept in her desk drawer. Each day, she would visit the northwest corner. Each day, a new book. The language changed with a circadian, yet alien, rhythm. Some days the symbols were stark and geometric, like blueprints for impossible machinery. Other days they were organic, blossoming across the pages like fungal growths or neural pathways. She started sketching them, desperate to find a pattern, a Rosetta Stone. The library, her sanctuary, had become a room with a secret door, and she was the only one who knew it was there. The second person to notice was Coleman, the sheriff. He came not for the books, but for the disturbances. Power fluctuations that only affected the library block, causing the old fluorescent tubes to buzz and dim at precisely 3:17 a.m. every night. Reports from Mrs. Henderson, who lived across the street, of a soft cobalt blue light pulsing behind the library's upper windows, a light that vanished when she went to wake her husband. Static on every radio and television set within a 100-yard radius. A static that, when amplified, sounded like a distorted, rhythmic chanting. Coleman was a man built of suspicion and weathered pragmatism. He questioned Gracie, his eyes scanning the silent stacks, as if expecting the perpetrator to emerge from between the volumes on tax law. "You see anything odd, Gracie? Hear anything?" At night. "The building settles," she said, her voice perfectly even. "It's over 100 years old. The wiring is a museum piece." She did not mention the coolness of the metallic pages, or the way the air in the northwest corner tasted faintly of ozone and cinnamon. The third person was Aidan. He arrived with the first winter winds, a traveling scholar researching obscure southwestern dialects. He was thin, with eyes that missed nothing. He spent days in the local history section, adjacent to the northwest corner. Gracie observed him observing the alcove. One afternoon, as she pretended to dust, she saw him freeze, a pamphlet about irrigation rights forgotten in his hand. He was staring at the shelf. He took a step closer, then another. He reached out, but did not touch. He simply stood there, his breath shallow. Gracie approached. "Can I help you find something?" He startled, then composed himself. "Those books, where did they come from?" "Which books?" He pointed a slender finger. "The ones with the unusual bindings, the script. It's not Mayan. It's not anything human." Her carefully constructed silence shattered. "You recognize it?" "Not recognize. Not exactly." He lowered his voice. "I've seen approximations in cave paintings in Chile that don't match any known culture, scratched onto stones in the Australian outback. They're palimpsests. The original script is always beneath. Always different. This is the source. It's pristine. This is the source. He turned to her, his face alight with a terrifying awe. This library is a node, a repository. Someone or something is using it to store data. Their collaboration was quiet and intense. They worked after hours. Gracie's meticulous sketches spread across her desk, Aiden cross-referencing them with photographs from his travels. He believed the language was not just a communication, but a mapping, a cartography of non-human experience. This set, he would whisper, tracing a series of spiraling glyphs, describes a form of navigation. Not by stars, but by the gravitational echoes of dead galaxies. And this is biological. A taxonomy of a silica-based flora. He spoke of quantum linguistics, of ideograms that contained whole. Gracie felt the solid world thinning around her. The books were not mere reports. They were the traveler's memories, translated and stored. The library was a docking station for a consciousness. Then came Amber. She was new in town, working the night shift at the all-night gas station on the edge of the salt flats. She was strikingly pale, her hair the color of moonlit ash, her eyes a gray so light they seemed silver. She came into the library one evening as Gracie was closing. She moved, without sound. "You should stop," Amber said. Her voice was flat, devoid of musicality, each word a discrete unit. "I'm sorry," Gracie replied, her keys cold in her hand. "The book's in the corner. Your sketches. Your collaboration with the scholar. You are interfacing with a containment protocol you do not understand." Amber's gaze was not hostile, but profoundly empty, like the stare of a deep-sea creature. "The data is not for your species. Its frequency is a solvent. It dissolves certainties. You are creating noise in the signal. You are drawing attention." "From whom?" Gracie asked, a chill coiling in her stomach. Amber did not blink. "From the ones who watch the watchers, and from the traveler itself. It is not a passive archive. It is dreaming. And you are reading its dreams. This is a dangerous intimacy." She turned and left, leaving behind the faint scent of ozone and something else, something metallic and cold, like the vacuum between stars. Gracie told Aiden he was exhilarated. A custodian, or a fellow traveler. She confirms it all. He wanted to confront her, to demand answers. Gracie felt only a deep, settling dread. The documentary tone of her own life took over. She was a librarian. She was cataloging an active event. She increased her observations. She noted the exact times of the power fluctuations. She recorded the temperature drop in the northwest corner, a consistent 10-degree fall. She documented the patterns in the glyph changes, finding a 36-hour cycle that correlated with nothing on Earth. Coleman's investigation grew more urgent. A rancher had reported a silent black triangle hovering over the salt flats, so low it stirred the dust into silent whirlwinds. Dogs for miles around had begun howling at the same time each night. And then, the static. It had leaked. It was now audible on phones, in car radios, a whispery, guttural pulse underlying everything. The town was infected with a low-grade fear. Coleman's questions became accusations. "What do you know, Gracie? People are saying things. About lights, about that weird woman at the gas station, about you and that scholar always whispering, 'This is my town. This is my town.' 'It's a library, Sheriff,' we whispered. The climax was not a confrontation with lights in the sky. It was quieter and worse. Aiden, in his fervor, attempted a direct experiment. He brought a high-frequency recorder and an electromagnetic field meter into the northwest corner during the predicted peak of the 3:17 a.m. event. He begged Gracie to let him in after hours. She refused. He went in anyway. She found him the next morning. He was sitting cross-legged on the floor before the shelf, the recorder and meter beside him. He was unharmed, physically, but his eyes were wide, unblinking, fixed on the empty air where the current book, a volume of swirling vortex-like script, usually rested. The book was on the floor, open. The glyphs were moving faster than Gracie had ever seen, a frantic, beautiful storm on the page. "Aiden?" He did not respond. She touched his shoulder. He shuddered, and a string of sounds fell from his lips. They were not words. They were perfect, fluent reproductions of the glyphic language, a cascade of impossible syllables that hurt her ears to hear. He had not just read the data. He had ingested it. The traveler's dream was now dreaming in him. His mind was a translated text. Gracie called Coleman Doc. There was an ambulance, questions, confusion. Aiden was taken to the county hospital, catatonic, murmuring his beautiful, terrifying nonsense. Coleman confiscated the strange book as evidence. He handled it with latex gloves, his jaw set. A man trying to contain a spill of reality. That night, the library was silent. The power did not flicker. The blue light did not pulse. Gracie sat at her desk in the dark. The northwest corner was just a corner. The shelf was empty. The traveler, she understood, had retrieved its data and departed. The node was closed. Aiden was the price of their curiosity, a burned-out circuit. A week later, Coleman returned the book to her. It was inert. The pages were blank, smooth metal. The script had vanished, recalled, or erased. No labs could make sense of it, he said, his voice tired. Said the material was anomalous, not on the periodic table. I'm filing the report as an environmental incident, unexplained. Aiden had a breakdown, stress. He looked at her, and for a moment, the tough sheriff facade cracked, revealing a man deeply afraid of the holes worn in the fabric of his world. You believe that, Gracie? I believe we should let some mysteries be, she said. Life in Jericho returned to its slow rhythm. The sky, occasionally, still dripped its silver stars. Mrs. Henderson stopped seeing blue lights. The static faded from the airwaves. Aiden remained in a quiet facility, his eyes full of distant constellations. Gracie kept her job. She still opened the library each morning, still breathed in the smell of dust and aging paper. But something had shifted. The silence of the stacks was no longer peaceful. It was a held breath. She would sometimes find herself standing in the northwest corner, her hand hovering where the cool spines used to be, feeling not emptiness, but a profound, attentive absence. She took to walking at night, through the desert trails behind the town. The air was clear, the expanse of the cosmos vast and indifferent above her. One night, standing on a low ridge overlooking the sleeping lights of Jericho, she felt it. A specific, localized silence. The crickets stopped. The wind died. The hair on her arms stood erect. It was not the feeling of being alone. It was the precise, geometric feeling of being alone with. A focal point in the darkness. A lens of pure observation turned upon her. She did not turn around. She did not look for a shape, a light, a silhouette. She simply stood there, under the mutable stars, and accepted the weight of the gaze. It was not hostile. It was archival. She was a footnote now, a marginal entry in a log kept by something vast and cool and patient. The library had never been just a building. It had been a temporary shelf, and she, Gracie Morgan, was a paragraph in a story written in a language that changed every day, a story that was still being written somewhere, in the dark, by a watcher who never blinked. The walk back to town was the longest of her life. Each step felt measured and recorded. The ordinary sounds of the night, a distant truck on the highway, the creak of a weather vane, returned gradually as if dialed up from zero. She let herself into her small house, locked the door, and made a pot of tea with hands that did not tremble. The ritual was an anchor. She sat at her kitchen table, the steam curling in the lamplight, and understood that a line had been crossed. Before, she had been an observer. Now, she was observed. The next day at the library, she performed her duties with robotic precision. She helped Mrs. Gable find the latest mystery novel. She ordered new copies of a worn-out gardening guide. She smiled at the children during story hour. All the while, a part of her mind was parsing the quality of the air in the building, the subtle pressure behind her eyes, waiting for a sign. Nothing happened. The northwest corner remained a void. It was Coleman who brought the next piece. He came in just before closing, his hat in his hands, looking older. He didn't speak at first, just wandered the aisles until he found her reshelving in the fiction section. "They're transferring Aiden," he said, his voice low. "State facility up north. Specialists. They did more scans. His brain activity. It's not like a coma. It's hyperactive. They say it's like he's processing immense amounts of information. His vitals are fine. He just isn't here." He scuffed his boot on the floor. And that woman, Amber, gone. Vanished from her apartment. Left everything. The gas station manager said she just didn't show up for her shift. Gracie nodded slowly, placing a copy of Steinbeck back in its rightful place. "I see. Do you?" Coleman stepped closer, his eyes searching her face. "Gracie, what really happened in that corner? What did you two poke with a stick?" She met his gaze. "We opened a book that wasn't meant for us, and something looked back." He absorbed this, his pragmatic mind wrestling with a metaphor. "Is it over?" "No," she said, and the certainty in her own voice chilled her. "It's not over. It's just changed phases, like a book moving from the new arrivals shelf to the reference section. You can't check it out anymore, but it's still here. Intermisendo. Command?" Coleman left, taking his unease with him. Gracie finished closing up. As she turned off the main lights, she paused, looking into the deepening shadows of the northwest corner. For a fleeting second, she thought she saw a faint, shimmering outline on the empty shelf, like the afterimage of a spine. She blinked, and it was gone. That night, her dreams were not her own. They were not nightmares of monsters or chases. They were vast, cool, and structured. She dreamt of infinite shelves in a non-Euclidean space, of books that were living crystals, singing forests, dying stars. She dreamt of Amber, or the being that had worn amber, standing at a great celestial desk, its hands, or what served as hands, inscribing something onto a shimmering surface. She could not read the inscription, but she knew with dream certainty that it was a report, an entry, and she was in it. She woke, not with a gasp, but with a profound sense of clarity. The fear was still there, a low hum in her blood, but it had been joined by something else, a terrible, quiet purpose. She was part of the record now. She had a responsibility to the truth of it. She began a new log, not of anomalies, but of normalcy. She documented the mundane rhythms of Jericho with the same meticulous care she had once given the glyphs. The way the morning sun hit the limestone of the bank, the schedule of the weekly farmer's market, the gossip at the diner, the patterns of the weather. She wrote about the town's small joys and quiet despairs. She was chronicling the subject of the observation, the context for the footnote that was herself. Weeks turned into months. The desert bloomed briefly after a rare rain, and the scent of creosote filled the air. Gracie continued her night walks, though she never again felt that focused gaze on the ridge. Instead, she felt a diffuse presence, a background awareness, like the static of the cosmic microwave background, a remnant of a primordial event. One afternoon in late spring, a package arrived at the library, addressed simply to the librarian. It was a flat, rectangular box, plain brown paper. No return address. Her heart hammered as she took it to her desk. Inside, nestled in unmarked foam, was a slate. It was the same cool, metallic material as the pages of the traveler's books, but blank. As she lifted it, symbols bloomed across its surface, not in the frantic alien scripts of before, but in plain, typed English. It read, Custodian Protocol Initiated. Local Node. Jericho Municipal Archive. Primary Observer Designate Morgan G. Function. Continuity of context. Maintain the silence. Record the echo. The archive is patient. You will be contacted. Beneath the text, a single familiar glyph appeared. The one from the first book she had touched. The elegant, interlocking symbol that meant nothing and everything. Then the slate went blank, inert. Just a smooth, weighty piece of unknown metal. Gracie placed the slate in her bottom desk drawer, next to her old notebook. She did not feel fear, or awe, or excitement. She felt a deep, settling calm, the same feeling she got when a misshelved book was finally returned to its proper place. The universe had an order, a filing system vaster and more strange than she had ever imagined. Her library was a single volume in an endless collection, and she was its librarian. She stood up, smoothed her skirt, and walked out into the stacks. A young man was looking lost near the philosophy section. She approached him, a gentle smile on her face. "Can I help you find something?" she asked. And as she led him to the works of Camus, she felt the immense, silent weight of the archive around her. Not as a threat, but as a fact. The sky above Jericho was still not a fixed thing, and neither, she understood, was she. The philosophy student left with his book, and the afternoon sun slanted through the high windows, painting the dust motes gold. Gracie returned to her desk. The drawer with the slate felt neither warm nor cold, simply present. She opened her new log and made an entry, noting the arrival of the package with a clinical detachment that belied the tectonic shift in her reality. She wrote of the student's inquiry, of the quality of the light. She was recording the echo, as instructed. Days passed. The slate remained inert. Gracie performed her duties, but her perception had been permanently altered. She began to notice subtle patterns in the town's chaos. The way a certain set of wind chimes would ring only when old Mr. Clay was about to have one of his turns, and speak in a language his daughter swore was not of this earth. The precise number of crows that gathered on the power lines behind the post office every third Thursday. The way the static, though gone from the radios, seemed to have settled into the dreams of the town's children, resulting in a spate of eerily similar drawings of spiraling cities and tall gray figures. Jericho was not just being observed, it was being indexed. Coleman stopped by less frequently, the official file on the environmental incident all but closed. But he would sometimes come in, not to ask questions, but to simply sit in a reading chair near the window, his hat on his knee, as if the library's quiet was a balm for a wound he couldn't name. He and Gracie would share a nod, a silent understanding that some truths were too heavy for words. Then, on a Tuesday, the second package arrived. This one was smaller, cube-shaped. Inside, resting on a bed of the same strange foam, was a smooth obsidian black sphere, about the size of a marble. As she lifted it, it did not light up or display text. Instead, a direct, wordless knowledge implanted itself in her mind. A location, a time, and a simple command: retrieve. The location was a specific coordinate in the Salt Flats, 5 miles out. The time was 3:17 a.m. Of course. Gracie did not hesitate. This was her function. When the hour came, she drove her old sedan as far as the dirt track would allow, then walked the rest under a sky crowded with stars. The air was cold and still. She found the spot not by any landmark, but by a deep, magnetic pull in her gut. The ground was unmarked, just pale, cracked earth. She waited. At exactly 3:17, the black sphere, which she had carried in her coat pocket, grew warm. She took it out. It pulsed once, a deep violet light that seemed to drink the surrounding starlight rather than emit it. The ground 3 feet in front of her shimmered like a heat haze, and then a small, metallic capsule rose silently to the surface. It was the same material as the books and the slate. It was not buried. It was manifested. The sphere's warmth faded. The knowledge came again, returned to node. She took the capsule, which was cool and lighter than it looked, and drove back to town. In her library office, as the first gray light of dawn touched the windows, she placed the capsule on her desk beside the slate. The two objects seemed to resonate for a moment. A harmonic hum felt in the teeth more than heard. Then the capsule irised open. Inside was not a book, but a single crystalline seed, pulsing with a soft internal blue light. Data, not as text, but as a biological cipher, a living record. The slate activated. New words formed. Specimen, tertiary echo. Source, Silica Plains. Segment data. Context, local biome compatibility trial. Status, dormant. Integrate with local archive. Observe. Gracie understood. The traveler, or the archive it served, was not just taking. It was giving back. It was testing, weaving threads of its own reality into the fabric of Jericho. Her role was to facilitate, to observe, to maintain the continuity of context. With a calm that felt both hers and not hers, she took the seed. She walked to the small, neglected courtyard garden at the back of the library, a patch of earth where she'd never managed to grow anything but the hardiest weeds. There, under the watchful eye of the coming sun, she planted it. She watered it with water from the library's tap. She did not know what would grow, or when. She only knew it was now part of the record. As she stood, brushing the dirt from her hands, she looked up. High above, a single wispy cloud streaked across the dawn sky, moving against the wind. It held its shape for a long moment, a perfect, intricate glyph, before dissipating into the blue. Gracie Morgan went inside, washed her hands, and put on a fresh pot of coffee. The library would open in an hour. There were books to check in, orders to place, stories to read to children. She was the librarian, and her work, she now knew, was only just beginning. The archive was patient, and so was she. The blue-flowered vine that grew from the seed was not listed in any botanical guide. It emerged within days, a slender silver-green tendril that climbed the library's rear wall with purposeful grace. Its leaves were a dark, iridescent blue, and the flowers, when they bloomed, were small, 5-petaled, and the color of a twilight sky. They emitted no scent, but when the wind blew through the courtyard, they chimed softly, a sound like distant glass bells. Gracie noted it all in her log. The children called it the music plant, and she did not correct them. The slate remained quiet for a month. Life in Jericho continued its strange, annotated rhythm. Then, one evening as she was locking up, the slate warmed in its drawer. She retrieved it. The message was brief. Anomaly detected. Local resonance. Coordinate. Henderson residence dot. Assess. Record audit. Mrs. Henderson. Gracie's blood went cold. She thought of the sweet, confused old woman and her tales of blue lights. This was no longer a tale. Gracie drove to the small, neat house on Elm Street, the slate a heavy weight in her purse. She found Mrs. Henderson not confused, but preternaturally calm, sitting in her parlor. Television was off. On the coffee table lay a spread of photographs, old Polaroids and faded snapshots. I was going through Mother's things, Mrs. Henderson said, her voice clear. I hadn't looked in this box for years." She pointed a knobby finger at one of the photos. It showed a young Mrs. Henderson, age 7 or so, standing in a backyard. Behind her, slightly blurred, was a figure. It was tall, thin, and gray. Its head slightly too large. It was not a smudge or a trick of the light. It was unmistakable. "I never remembered that," she said, not with fear, but with wonder. "But I do now." He was very polite. He asked about my dolly's name. Other photos showed similar blurs, odd lights in the sky over Jericho's Main Street in 1962, a peculiar rock formation in the desert that no longer existed. A curated history, surfacing at the archive's prompt. "May I borrow these, Eleanor?" Gracie asked, her professional librarian's mask firmly in place. "For the local history collection. They're quite remarkable." "Of course, dear," Mrs. Henderson said, smiling. "It's nice to remember." Gracie documented the photos with the slate. It absorbed images of each one, the surface shimmering as it filed them away. The command that followed was simple: return to owner. Memory integration complete. When Gracie returned the photos the next day, Mrs. Henderson took them with a smile. She did not mention the gray figure again. The memory, having served its purpose as a data point, had likely resubmerged into the quiet depths of her mind. The anomaly was resolved, the record updated. This was the new pattern. Gracie was a field agent for an unseen curator, sent to gently extract the strange artifacts that bubbled up through the mundane soil of Jericho, to witness and document before letting them settle back into obscurity. She collected a piece of quartz from a farmer's field that hummed at a frequency only dogs could hear. She transcribed the dream log of a teenage insomniac whose sketches matched glyphs from the first book. Each time, the slate instructed integration or return. The archive was meticulous, its operations causing minimal disturbance. It preferred its subjects unaware. The vine grew. It now covered the entire back wall of the library, a living tapestry of chiming blue. One morning, Gracie found a single new kind of bloom. It was larger, shaped like a trumpet, and deep purple. In its center glowed a pinprick of steady white light, like a captured star. That afternoon, a man she did not recognize came into the library. He was dressed in a plain, dark suit, and his eyes were the same pale, attentive gray as Coleman's, but without the warmth. He did not browse. He walked directly to the courtyard doors and looked at the vine for a full minute, his head tilted as if listening to its silent song. Then he left without a word. Gracie understood. It was a quality check, an auditor from the archive. His presence confirmed her suspicion that Jericho was not unique. There were other nodes, other custodians. The library was part of a vast, interlocking system. That night, she dreamed of the celestial desk again. Amber was there, or the being that wore her. It was not writing now. It was pruning a vast, luminous tree, whose branches were timelines, whose fruits were worlds. It clipped a small, shimmering leaf, a leaf that looked like the blueprint of Jericho, and placed it carefully into a folio. The message was clear. Their town, their lives, were part of an ongoing study, a living collection. She woke not with dread, but with a resolve that had hardened into a core of steel. She was the custodian. It was her duty not just to serve the archive, but to protect Jericho from the full, blinding weight of its gaze. To be a buffer. To ensure the stories here, however small, were recorded with compassion, not just clinical interest. She went to the county facility to visit Aiden. He sat in a sunroom, his eyes still fixed on a distant point. But when she sat beside him and quietly described the chiming vine, the new bloom, a single slow tear traced a path down his cheek. He was in there, translating a universe of data. He was the ultimate reference librarian, lost in the stacks of a cosmic text. "I'm keeping the lights on, Aiden," she whispered. "The local branch is still open. She wasn't sure, but she thought the faintest pressure of his fingers brushed against hers. Driving back to Jericho, the vast desert sky stretched overhead, no longer indifferent but full of silent moving pieces. The archive was patient. It was everywhere. And Gracie Morgan, librarian, would ensure that in its great and terrible catalog, the story of Jericho would be filed not just as data, but with a heart. It was the only rebellion she had left, and the most important entry she would ever make. The chiming of the vine became a constant in Gracie's life, a soft soundtrack to her days of quiet curation. She found herself listening for its subtle changes in tone, wondering if they reflected shifts in atmospheric pressure or something else entirely. The new star-chord bloom remained, a steady beacon in the sea of blue. The man in the dark suit did not return, but his visit had left an imprint. Gracie began to notice other subtle signs of oversight. A brand-new, unmarked black sedan parked for hours at the edge of the salt flats. A local news segment about unusual bird migration patterns featuring an ornithologist with those same pale, attentive eyes. The archive was not just observing through her. It had other instruments. She was the embedded one, the native guide. This realization solidified her purpose. She began her own project, separate from the official log and the slate's directives. In a simple, leather-bound journal bought from the drugstore, she started writing the human gloss. She wrote about Coleman's hands, how they were always slightly curled as if ready to hold a steering wheel or a weapon, even when he was at peace in the reading chair. She described the precise cadence of Mrs. B. Henderson's laughter, a sound like rustling pages. She documented the way the light from the strange vine bloom cast a faint, starry pattern on the library's floorboards at night, and how the children who saw it were not afraid, but quieted, their faces soft with wonder. This, she decided, was the true continuity of context. Not just the facts, but the texture. The archive might record a resonance anomaly at the Henderson house. Gracie's journal would remember the smell of lavender and cat hair in the parlor, the feel of the worn velvet album cover. One afternoon, the slate delivered its most unsettling directive yet. It displayed a name, Leo Vance, and an address, the old silver mine works east of town. The command was, facilitate introduction. Leo Vance was a recluse, a geologist who had retreated from the university after a controversial paper on geological mnemonics, the theory that certain rock formations could, under specific conditions, record and replay events. The academic world had laughed him into obscurity. Jericho had mostly forgotten him. Gracie drove out to the crumbling cluster of shacks and rusted equipment. Vance was in his 70s, with a wild beard and eyes that burned with an undimmed intelligence. He was not surprised to see her. The librarian, he said, not as a greeting, but an identification. I wondered when the interface would manifest. He led her into a shack that was less a home and more a laboratory. Charts of seismic data lined the walls. In the center, on a workbench, sat a large, rough-hewn chunk of sandstone. Wires ran from it to a modified stereo receiver. "It's been singing for a week," Vance said, his voice trembling with excitement. A low, harmonic pulse. "It started the night of that damned static burst. You know the one." Gracie nodded. She approached the stone. The slate in her bag grew warm. She didn't need to take it out. She understood. Vance's life's work was not fantasy. It was a primitive, human attempt to understand what the archive did seamlessly. He had built a crude reader for the world's data. "The introduction," she said softly. "It's not for me to introduce you to it. It's for me to introduce you to your purpose." Vance stared at her, then at the stone. "The receiver. It's not just receiving, is it?" "No," Gracie said. "It's a two-way street now. You've been heard, and they are answering." As if on cue, the sandstone emitted a clear, pure tone. The needle on one of Vance's gauges jumped, tracing a pattern that was not random. It was the first glyph from the Traveler's Book. Vance sank into a chair, his face pale. "All these years," he whispered. "They weren't echoes. They were signatures." Gracie left him then, with his singing stone and his confirmed sanity. Her role was complete. The archive had identified a useful local resource, a self-taught archivist of earthly strata. Vance would be their geologist now. Walking back to her car under the immense desert sky, Gracie felt the weight of the network expanding. She was not alone. There was Vance. There was Aiden, translating from his silent room. There was Coleman, a steadfast guardian unaware of what he guarded. Even Mrs. Henderson, a living repository of suppressed encounters. They were all part of it, a scattered, unconscious staff of a library they never knew they served. That night, the vine's chiming took on a new, more complex melody. Gracie stood in the courtyard, her journal in hand, and listened. She did not write the melody down. Some things, she felt, were not for the record. Some things were just for the moment, for the custodian's heart. She looked up at the stars, no longer distant points of light, but perhaps the illuminated call numbers on the spines of unimaginable volumes. The silence around her was not empty. It was the quiet of a library deep in the night, full of slumbering knowledge. And she was there, at the desk, keeping watch until morning. Story 4. The line was bad, a hiss of empty space between them. "You see it too, right? The stutter. Bill, it's just a plane. Your exposure's too long." No, it's not like that. It winks on purpose. A crackle, a sigh that could have been static or surrender. "Send me the frames. But Bill, get some sleep." The line went dead, leaving Bill alone with the vast cold bowl of the Utah desert sky. He lowered the satellite phone, its plastic shell still holding the ghost of Dee's skepticism. Around him, the tripods stood like sentinels, their cameras pointed upward, their shutters clicking in a slow, mechanical devotion. He was here to win the Gold Star Prize, a prestigious award for astrophotography. A time-lapse of the galactic core over the sandstone arches, something beautiful and empty of meaning. But the sky had begun to talk back. It started as a flaw in the sequence, a hiccup in the smooth procession of stars. Reviewing the footage in his trailer, a converted airstream that smelled of stale coffee and heated electronics, Bill saw it, a pinprick of light, moving with the steady, dumb purpose of a satellite. Then it vanished, not behind a cloud, but into itself. It reappeared 3 degrees off its original path. A jump cut, in reality. He charted it, night after lonely night. The anomaly did not move. It danced. It traced a faint, repeating pattern against the fixed stars, a pattern that looked, to his increasingly sleepless eyes, less like a path and more like a sentence, or a schematic. Dee arrived a week later, her Volvo kicking up a plume of bone-white dust. She was a friend from a forgotten university life, an astrophysicist who had traded academia for the cleaner data of a private observatory. She saw his charts, his obsessive notations, the circles under his eyes that were darker than the sky he studied. She humored him at first, running the coordinates against databases of orbital debris, classified satellites, the usual celestial ephemera. Nothing. Then she ran her own equipment, a portable spectrometer and a laptop that hummed a low, thoughtful note. She stood beside him in the cooling desert night, their breath pluming under the Milky Way's icy spill. "It's not reflecting," she said, her voice quiet with a new kind of attention. "It's emitting. A narrowband signal pulsed. It's coherent." "A laser?" Bill asked, the word tasting of tin and possibility. "Something like that. But the pattern, it's not random noise. It's a modulation. A very, very fast modulation. She turned to him, her face pale in the laptop's glow. Bill, this isn't a signal someone is sending. It's a signal something is painting. It's painting a grid, a lattice of light. And it's not just up there. It's interacting with the upper atmosphere, ionizing pathways. The purpose, when it dawned, was not accompanied by dramatic music. It came in the whisper of Dee's printer in the cramped airstream spitting out trajectory simulations. The pulsed light was not a message. It was a brushstroke. Each pass, each flicker, was depositing something, tracing a filament of energy in the thermosphere. A web. A net. Dee's model showed it growing night by night, a vast invisible lattice, slowly knitting itself together around the entire planet, following the rotation of the Earth, a seamstress working on a cosmic scale. A weapon? Bill asked, the word absurd in the mundane clutter of his trailer. A filter, Dee whispered. Think of it as a filter. It's tuning the atmosphere, selecting for specific wavelengths, specific energies. What comes down to us, what light, what data fluence, is now passing through a sieve. A sieve we didn't build. That's when Hughie found them. Not with black helicopters, but with a rental car and a smile that didn't touch his eyes. He was from the newly formed Atmospheric Phenomena Advisory Committee, a bland title from a bland office. He wore a polo shirt and khakis, the uniform of harmless authority. Heard you folks are doing some great work out here, Hughie said, accepting a cup of bad coffee. Really stunning time lapses. The committee loves to support citizen science, but sometimes, enthusiasm runs ahead of data, creates phantoms. He dismissed the light pattern as a combination of sensor flare, high-altitude ice crystals, and an understandable misreading of new Chinese telecom satellites. His denial was not angry, but sorrowful, paternal. He pitied their delusion. He offered to have an expert review their corrupted data sets. His words were soft, reasonable, and they filled the trailer like a neutralizing gas. After he left, Bill felt the conviction leaching out of him, replaced by a hollow embarrassment. Had he imagined it all? The struggle for the prize? The loneliness? The stress? But Aubrey, who joined them next, saw something else. Aubrey was a coder, a pattern recognition savant Dee knew from online forums. She looked not at the sky, but at the data stream. She fed the pulsation sequence into her own algorithms, not searching for orbital mechanics, but for predictive modeling. She treated the growing lattice not as a weapon, but as a sensor. A net feels the tremors of the fish. It's not just making a filter, Aubrey said, her fingers flying over the keyboard. It's reading the turbulence within it, the disturbances. Every storm, every jet stream, every human emission that rises high enough to touch the mesh. It's learning the rhythm of the planet. She cross-referenced the anomaly's most intense pulsations with global news feeds, with seismic reports, with atmospheric data. She found a correlation, not with past events, but with future ones. A subtle spike in the signal preceded a sudden, unexpected diplomatic crisis by 12 hours. Another pulse cluster foreshadowed a sharp, localized stock market plunge. The lattice was not just there. It was listening to the drumbeat of the world, and its own rhythm was an echo of the beats to come. The conspiracy, they realized, was not a secret plot. It was an open secret, written in light on the night sky, visible to anyone who cared to look and understand. Its function was not invasion, but integration. The weapon was already deployed, and it was a weapon of subtlety. It was tuning the global mind, harmonizing chaos into a manageable frequency, predicting and perhaps gently guiding the turbulence of civilization toward a quieter, more stable equilibrium. A forced peace, a silent consensus. They took their findings to Huey, a final, desperate gambit. They met him at a roadside diner under the flat, fluorescent light. They laid out Aubrey's predictive models, Dee's atmospheric analyses. Huey listened, stirring his coffee long after the sugar had dissolved. His kindly mask didn't slip. It solidified. "You've built a lovely house of cards," he said, his voice a model of calm. "Correlation is not causation. You're seeing patterns in the noise of your own lives. This lattice you speak of, it's a fantasy, a shared psychosis. I strongly suggest you delete this data for your own good. The world has enough real problems. Beautiful, complicated ghosts." He paid for his coffee and left. The dismissal was absolute. It was not a threat, but a diagnosis. They were not dangerous. They were sick. That night, under a sky that now felt like a painted ceiling, Bill made his choice. He would not delete the data. He would broadcast it. He rigged a transmitter, a pirate signal, aiming to blast their evidence into the world before they were silenced or forgotten. As he prepared to send, the cameras still dutifully recording, he saw it. The pattern in the sky changed. The delicate, repeating dance of light coalesced. The scattered points of the constellation above him, Ursa Major, seemed to brighten, not from within, but as if a spotlight from beyond was being shone through them, using the stars as pinholes in a cosmic camera obscura. A new pattern emerged, a single, complex, pulsating glyph directly overhead. It was a response. It was a signature. Dee watched her spectrometer scream into the red. "It's focusing," she said, her voice hollow. "The entire lattice. It's focusing the ambient energy of the solar wind. Right here." Aubrey's predictive algorithm finally gave a reading with 100% certainty. The event it predicted was happening now, in real time, at their coordinates. The system had finished its calibration. The test was over. Bill pressed the transmit button. A wave of static, raw and furious, erupted from his equipment. Then, a sound. A deep, pure tone that seemed to come from inside his bones, from the sandstone beneath his feet, from the air itself. It was the sound of the lattice singing, a single, resonant note that vibrated the fillings in his teeth and the quartz in the rocks. The cameras on the tripods didn't shatter. They simply stopped. Every light in the airstream died. The world was plunged into a profound velvet blackness, save for that one, impossible glyph burning silently in the sky. And then, silence. Not the silence of absence, but the silence of completion. The tone faded. The glyph dissolved back into innocent stars. The electric lights in the trailer flickered back on with a mundane buzz. The cameras were dead, their memory cards fused into useless plastic. In the days that followed, no one came for them. Their story, when they tried to tell it, sounded like the ravings of sun-struck hermits. Huey's committee issued a brief statement about a minor, localized atmospheric ionization event caused by a meteor shower. Bill did not win the Gold Star Prize. He works now in a camera repair shop in a quiet suburb. He never looks at the night sky. Dee returned to her observatory, where the data is clean and the mysteries are distant and impersonal. Aubrey writes algorithms for a social media company. Her talent for prediction now used to forecast trends in fashion and sentiment. Sometimes in the deepest part of the night, Bill will wake. The world outside his window will be perfectly still. No cars, no sirens, no wind. In that absolute quiet, he feels it. Not a sound, but a quality of the silence. A silence that listens. A silence that has been carefully, expertly tuned. He will lie there, not moving, until the first bird sings, breaking the perfect manufactured piece with its frail, chaotic, and beautiful voice. The bird's song is a jagged tear in the fabric of the quiet. It is the only thing that allows him to breathe again, to move his limbs, which feel heavy, as if the air itself has thickened. He rises, makes coffee in the dim kitchen of his apartment. The repair shop awaits, a tomb of broken apertures and frozen shutters. He is good at his job. There is a solace in fixing things that have clear mechanical failures. At the shop, a man brings in an old Hasselblad. Just stopped working, he says. No reason. Bill takes it to his bench. He opens the back, looks through the body towards the light, and there, etched faintly on the mirror, is a pattern. It is not a scratch from use. It is microscopic, precise. A tiny fragmentary curve that matches a segment of the glyph from the Utah sky. His hands begin to shake. He calls D from a payphone. He does not use names. The Hasselblad, he says. A long pause. Then, I know. I've been seeing it too. In lens flare patterns on the observatory's deep field images, not in the sky. In the optics themselves. It's baked into the glass. Aubrey meets them at a library, in the quiet rows of forgotten periodicals. She speaks in a hushed, rapid monotone. It's in the noise, he says. The digital noise in every image taken after that night. It's a watermark. A faint, fractal signature woven into the background radiation of every digital sensor. It's not in the world. It's in the way we see the world. The lattice isn't in the atmosphere. It's in the interpretation. Near one and I. The conspiracy was not a secret plot. It was an open secret. But they had been wrong about its final stage. Integration was not the goal. The lattice was not a filter for reality. It was a filter for perception. It had tuned their instruments, their eyes, the very medium of light and data. The silence Bill felt was not the silence of a controlled world, but the silence of a world perfectly mediated. The peace was not in events, but in the recording of events. The chaos continued. Wars, crashes, disasters. But it now passed through a lens that rendered it as noise, as static as a pattern too coherent to be frightening. A beautiful, complicated ghost. Huey finds him one last time, not at the shop, but at a park where Bill eats his lunch. He sits on the bench, not looking at Bill. He wears the same polo, the same kind eyes. It's more humane this way, Huey says, watching children play on a swing set. The signal was always too much, the raw data of existence. It caused pain, unnecessary friction. This is a kindness. You've blinded us, Bill says, the sandwich tasteless in his mouth. No, Huey says, standing. We've given you a story you can live with. The prize you wanted was always a beautiful picture. Now the whole world is one. Enjoy the silence, Bill. It's the sound of you being cared for. After he leaves, Bill looks at the children. Their laughter seems bright, but distant, as if heard through an exquisite pane of glass. He pulls from his pocket a single print, the last clean frame from Utah, before the change. It shows only stars, random and glorious and true. He holds it up, comparing it to the sky above, which now looks to him like a flawless replica. The difference is undetectable to anyone but him. He does not tear the photo up. He folds it carefully and puts it back in his pocket. It is a flaw in the recording. A stutter. He will keep it. He will listen for other stutters. In a bird's song that cracks with genuine terror. In a sob of grief that feels too raw. In a moment of love that shocks with its unmodulated intensity. They are the errors in the system. They are the only things left that are real. He walks back to the shop, his hand in his pocket, his fingers resting on the ragged edge of the paper. A secret and silent map of a world that is gone. The repair shop's bell chimed, a flat, tinny sound. Mrs. Gable needed her point and shoot for her granddaughter's birthday. Bill nodded, took the ticket, his movements practiced and calm. The Hasselblad with the etched mirror sat in the bottom drawer of his bench, a secret weight. He had not repaired it. He would not. That evening, he walked home a different route, past the city's small, neglected river. The water was a dull slate gray, reflecting the uniform twilight. He stopped on the bridge, looking down. For a moment, his own reflection seemed to stutter, a brief double exposure of a man he might have been. He blinked, and it resolved into a single clear image, a perfect picture of a man on a bridge. He took the folded photograph from his pocket, not to look at it, but to feel it. The paper was becoming soft at the creases. He thought of Dee, staring at stars that were now just elegant approximations, and Aubrey, whose algorithms now served a system that had already predicted her every thought. They were islands, each in their own sea of curated silence. A movement caught his eye. Down the muddy bank, a boy was skipping stones. The boy's arm moved with a wild, inefficient grace. Most stones sank immediately, but one, a flat, gray slate, skipped not across the water, but into it. It struck the surface, and instead of bouncing, it sank in a peculiar way, as if the water refused to yield properly. A single sharp thunk echoed under the bridge. The boy frowned, picked up another stone, and tried again. Bill felt his breath catch. The sound was wrong. It was a glitch. The water's response was not following the smooth, predictable physics of the mediated world. It was a stutter in the simulation of fluid dynamics. He watched, heart hammering, as the boy, frustrated, kicked at the mud. His foot sank deep, and when he pulled it out with a wet suck, the hole it left did not fill in with water in a smooth liquid flow. It filled in jagged increments, like a poorly buffered video stream. The boy, oblivious, wandered off. Bill stood frozen. The lattice did not just filter perception, it rendered reality. And here, in this forgotten, dirty place, the rendering was poor. The system was conserving its processing power for the important scenes. The smiling children in parks, the bustling streets, the serene night skies. This muddy riverbank was a background detail, and in the background, the resolution was low. The errors showed through. He returned the next night, and the next. He brought a stone of his own, a heavy angular thing. He did not skip it. He dropped it straight down into the shallow water at the edge. Thud, die. Not a splash. A solid, truncated sound, followed by ripples that moved in segmented hexagonal pulses before smoothing into normal circles. The world was pixelated here. This was a place the story didn't care about. A plan, fragile and desperate, began to form. It was not a plan of rebellion. You could not rebel against the air you breathed. It was a plan of preservation. If the pristine world was a lie, then the flawed places were the only repositories of truth. The stutters were not errors. They were evidence. He contacted Dee and Aubrey with a single coded message. Find the bad rendering. Aubrey responded first. She had found anomalies in utility infrastructure data. Power grids in declining neighborhoods showed impossible energy losses, not attributed to theft, but to gaps in the data stream itself. The system was not fully simulating the decay there. Dee reported strange, shimmering mirages at the edges of landfill sites, visual static where the lattice's attention wavered. They began to map the glitches. A pothole on a neglected road that never seemed to get deeper or shallower, no matter the rain or repair attempts. The distant sound of a train that always arrived at the same broken fragment of a whistle. A certain streetlight that flickered in a non-repeating pattern. A chaotic algorithm the system couldn't be bothered to correct. These were the seams in the world. Bill started taking walks again, not to look at the sky, but to search for cracks in the pavement, both literal and metaphysical. He found a strange comfort in them, the perfect, silent peace of his nights. was the real horror. The glitches were a relief. One rainy afternoon in the alley behind the camera shop, he saw a cat stalking a pigeon. The cat pounced. There was a blur, a brief, shocking screech that cut off not naturally, but as if snipped by scissors. The cat sat, licking its paw, alone. No feathers, no blood. The pigeon had simply despawned. The system had deemed the messy reality of the hunt unnecessary to render. Bill felt a wave of nausea, but also a grim triumph. He had seen the back-end process. He now carried a small, battered notebook. He did not write in it. He made small, quick sketches of the glitches, the hexagonal ripples, the static at the landfill's edge, the perpetual pothole. The notebook itself became a glitch, a thing that recorded the unrecordable. Sometimes he would open it, and the lines would seem to swim, the paper momentarily refusing to hold the contradiction of the images. That was how he knew it was working. He understood Hughie's final words now. It was a story they could live with. A beautiful, painless, seamless story. But Bill was no longer living in the story. He was living in the margins, in the footnotes where the truth had bled through. He repaired cameras with steady hands. He nodded to his neighbors. He paid his bills. He was a perfect, quiet citizen. And in his pocket over his heart, the folded photograph and the glitch map notebook rested like a twin heartbeat. One was a memory of a lost truth. The other was a guide to the fractures in the false one. He would walk and listen and watch. He would find every stutter, every skip, every badly rendered stone. He would collect them all, not to fight the lattice. You could not fight the weather, but to remember, in a world designed for seamless forgetting, what an unmodulated scream actually sounded like. The cat finished licking its paw and looked at him with eyes that were too green. A stock image green. Bill turned away, the notebook a warm weight against his chest. His life became a dual pilgrimage. The public route of the repairman, the private path of the glitch hunter. He found the most persistent anomaly in an old industrial park slated for redevelopment. A chain-link fence surrounded a condemned factory, and in one corner, where the fence met a crumbling wall, a patch of weeds grew. Not just any weeds. They were a species he couldn't identify, with spiraling stems and leaves that shifted between blue and gray in the corner of his eye. When he looked directly, they settled into a mundane dandelion. But if he focused on the factory wall behind them, using his peripheral vision, the weeds resumed their impossible shimmer. They were a rendering conflict, a place where two versions of the world overlapped and couldn't reconcile. He made it a point to pass by every few days. It was his touchstone. One Tuesday, he found a homeless man sitting against the wall, nestled beside the glitching weeds. The man was old, his face a roadmap of real hardship. He was eating soup from a dented can, and he looked up as Bill approached. "You see him too, huh?" the man said, his voice like gravel. "You didn't gesture at the weeds. You didn't need to." Bill stopped, his carefully maintained anonymity feeling thin. "See what?" "The shaky bits," the man said, taking another slurp. "The world's got the tremors. Used to think it was the drink. Then I got sober. Shakes stayed right out here." He tapped the wall beside him. "This spot's shakier than most. Warmer, too." Bill sat down on the curb a respectful distance away. "Do others see it?" The man shrugged. "The ones who look at the ground more than they look at the screens. The ones who live in the places the story ain't about. We don't talk about it. What's to say?" He peered at Bill. "You're one of the lookers, but you still got a foot in the other world. I can tell by your shoes." They sat in silence for a while. Bill learned the man's name was Leo. Leo didn't ask for anything. He simply existed, a fully rendered human being in a place the system considered low priority. His presence, his uncurated suffering and dignity, was itself the most profound glitch Bill had encountered. After that, Bill brought Leo food, not out of charity, but out of a need to affirm his reality. Their conversations were sparse, but essential. Leo pointed him toward other shaky bits, a storm drain that hummed a constant, low E-flat, a section of sidewalk that always felt slightly uphill no matter which direction you walked. Bill's notebook filled. He realized the glitches weren't random. They followed a pattern of neglect. They existed where hope, attention, and capital had been withdrawn. The Lattice's perfect story was a story of prosperity and peace. The glitches were the unedited truth of everything that story excluded. He shared this with Aubrey and Dee during one of their rare, cautious meetings in a noisy food court. Aubrey, her eyes on her phone's flawless screen, nodded. It's a cost-saving measure. Why perfectly simulate suffering? Why waste processing power on despair? Just smooth it over or skip it entirely. Dee stirred her coffee. Then the real world, the whole world is still there, underneath. We're just seeing a highlight reel that never ends, Bill said. That night in his apartment, Bill didn't just listen to the silence. He listened for the cracks in it. He heard the distant talk of a poorly rendered stone in the river, the hum of the storm drain, Leah's gravelly voice. They were a counter-rhythm, a discordant, beautiful beat the Lattice couldn't absorb. He took out the folded photograph of the true stars, but he didn't look at it. He laid it on the table beside his open notebook with its sketches of flawed things. Together, they were a manifesto. Not of a world that was, or a world that had been imposed, but of a world that still was, if you knew where to feel for the seams. He turned off the light and lay in the dark, not waiting for the bird song, but listening for the next glitch in the perfect silent story. It was out there, and he would find it. The next glitch arrived not as a sight or a sound, but as a smell. It was a Thursday. Bill was calibrating a light meter, the repetitive task of meditation. The shop air, usually a blend of dust and ozone, shifted. A scent cut through, clear and unmistakable. Wet sagebrush and cold desert stone. It was the smell of the Utah night, the smell from before. It lasted only 3 seconds, then was gone, replaced by the bland, recycled air of the shop. He dropped the screwdriver. It clattered on the bench, a shockingly loud noise in the tuned silence. This was new. The glitches had been visual, auditory, tactile, flaws in the rendering of the present. This was a memory, a raw data packet from a deleted world, bleeding through. It wasn't in a neglected place. It was here, in the heart of his curated life. He stood, disoriented, his heart a frantic drum against the notebook in his pocket. The scent had been a hook, yanking him backward. For those 3 seconds the Lattice had faltered, and the past had asserted itself as a physical fact. It meant the system was not just imperfect in the margins. It was leaky. He called Dee from the payphone, his voice low. A scent, Utah, in the shop. Her breath hitched on the line. Tactile or olfactory data is harder to curate, more primal. If it's breaking through, the filter is stressed. Aubrey, when he met her at a bus depot, looked pale. I ran a passive analysis on my own biometric feeds, my fitness tracker. There are micro glitches in my heart rate data. Moments of nothing. Flat lines in the record that didn't happen. The system is editing my own body's story, Bill. Smoothing out my distress. What if it edits out more? The question hung between them, colder than the depot's concrete. What constituted unnecessary friction? A moment of grief, a spike of anger, a surge of love so intense it disrupted the peaceful narrative? Bill began to experiment. He would focus on a potent, uncurated memory, the searing pain of a childhood burn, the dizzying joy of his first kiss. He would concentrate until his head ached, trying to force a leak. It only worked once. Thinking of his father's funeral, the raw, ugly sound of his mother's weeping, he was suddenly hit with a wave of vertigo and the taste of copper. Then it was gone. The memory in his mind was still there, but it was now a quiet, sad picture. The painful edges had been filed off, the sound muted. The lattice had not just blocked the leak, it had patched the source. He was being edited in real time. The realization changed the mission. It was no longer just about finding glitches in the world. It was about finding them in himself. The notebook sketches were now accompanied by frantic, scrawled notes about his own perceptions, trying to catch the system in the act of smoothing him out. He felt like a man trying to document his own slow fading. He went to see Leo. The old man was staring at the glitching weeds, his face grim. "It's fading," Leo said without preamble. "The shake, it's getting smoother, like it's learning." Bill felt a chill. "Maybe we just get used to it." Leo shook his head, a firm, slow movement. "No, they're patching the holes. This spot used to feel like a tear. Now it's just a thin patch." He looked at Bill, his eyes deep and weary. "They're gonna run out of background places. Then they'll start on the people. They already have, haven't they?" Bill had no answer. He left Leo a double portion of food, a useless gesture against an existential tide. That night, the silence in his apartment was absolute. No bird sang. He waited, straining, but the manufactured peace was seamless. He took out the photograph and the notebook, but even the ragged edge of the paper felt less sharp, the lines in his sketches less defiant. A profound despair settled over him. They were collecting evidence on a sinking ship, and the water was erasing the ink. He lay in the dark, defeated. Then, a thought, a final, desperate gamble. The lattice filtered perception. It rendered a story. But what if the story had a contradiction it couldn't resolve? A logical flaw built into its own foundation? He remembered the Hasselblad. The glyph was etched into the mirror, the instrument of reflection. It was in the optics, in the medium. The system saw itself. What if you showed it a part of itself it was programmed to ignore? Before dawn, he was at the shop. He took the Hasselblad from the drawer. Using a diamond-tipped etcher from his tools, with hands steadier than they had been in months, he did not repair the camera. He added to the etching. He carefully extended the fragmentary curve from the glyph, not completing the pattern from Utah, but connecting it to a tiny, precise sketch from his notebook, the hexagonal ripples from the riverstone. He merged the celestial code with the glitch. He loaded a fresh roll of film into the camera. He did not point it at the sky or the street. He pointed it at a mirror, focusing on the camera's own reflection. He was using a tainted instrument to photograph its own tainted nature. He took the picture. The development process was agonizing. In the darkroom's red glow, as the image swam into existence in the developer tray, he saw it. The photograph showed the camera, the mirror, the etched glyph ripple hybrid, and throughout the image, woven into the very grain of the film, was a violent, chaotic static. It wasn't the clean fractal watermark. It was a seizure of data. The system, confronted with a recursive paradox, a corrupted tool documenting its own corruption, had thrown noise. It was a scream of incoherence. Bill held the dripping print, a wild hope flaring. He had not found a glitch in the world. He had created one. He had forced a stutter. The lattice could smooth over suffering and neglect. But perhaps it could not reconcile a flaw that held up a mirror to its own flaw. The beautiful story depended on consistency. He had just written a contradiction into its code. He slipped the wet photograph into his notebook. It would probably fade, or the paper would try to reject it. But he had seen it. He had made it. He walked out of the darkroom as the first false dawn lightened the sky. The silence was still there, listening. But now, he was listening back, and he had just whispered a word the story didn't know. A word that was not peace, not pain, but simply error. He walked home, planning his next contradiction. The film from the Hasselblad was a finite resource. Bill used it sparingly, each shot a calculated act of sabotage. He photographed the glitching weeds through the camera's etched lens. He photographed Leo, the man's deeply lined face, resolving on the film not as a portrait, but as a storm of visual noise, as if the system could not decide whether he was a person or a background object. He photographed the perpetual pothole, and the developed image showed not a hole in asphalt, but a hole in the image itself, a tier of pure white void edged with jagged pixels. Each photograph was a wound in the narrative. Bill began leaving them in places where the glitches were strongest, tucked under a stone by the riverbank, wedged into the chain-link fence near the factory. He wasn't sure why. It felt like inoculation, like introducing a virus into the weak points of the system. He imagined the lattice encountering these images, these recursive errors, and stuttering just for a microsecond, buying another moment of clarity for the weeds, for the hum, for Leo. Aubrey called him, her voice a tense whisper on a supposedly secure line. The energy loss gaps I found, they're shrinking. The data is filling in with plausible numbers. It's learning to simulate decay more efficiently. It's closing the gaps, Bill. We need to make more gaps, he said. He started using the camera on the pristine places. He photographed the gleaming facade of the Harmony Heights residential tower. The developed print showed a slight, ghostly double exposure of the condemned factory behind it. He photographed a perfectly groomed public park, and the film captured, in the corner, the faint hexagonal ripple of a stone that was never thrown. The contradictions were subtle, but they were there. The perfect world, when viewed through the corrupted lens, carried the ghostly afterimages of the ignored one. One evening, as he placed a photograph of the stock image green cat's eyes near the alley where the pigeon had despawned, he felt a presence. He turned. A woman in a gray suit stood there watching him. She was not police. She was something else. Her expression was neutral, professional, but her eyes were too focused, too still. "William," she said. It wasn't a question. "You've been engaging in some unusual hobbies." Bill's hand closed around the camera in his bag. "I repair cameras. It's my job." "You document irregularities," she said, taking a step forward. Her shoes made no sound on the dirty concrete. "You circulate them. This creates narrative instability. Reality is unstable," Bill said, the words feeling brave and stupid. "Reality is a consensus," she replied. She glanced at the photograph in his hand, the one of the cat's eyes. For a fraction of a second, her perfect composure flickered. Her head tilted, as if listening to a distant signal. "The consensus is peace. Your actions introduce noise. Noise is a resource drain. We optimize resources." "Why?" Bill asked. She didn't answer. Instead, she said, "The man by the factory. Leo. He was relocated this morning to a new shelter, a very quiet one." Her meaning was clear. Leo had been patched. "Your friends, Aubrey and Dee, their work has been remarkably insightful. They are being considered for promotion to a new project, one that requires their full attention." That was seamless, elegant. Not violence, but erasure through promotion, through comfort, through the gentle, inescapable pressure of the story correcting itself. "What do you want?" Bill's voice was dry. "Cessation," she said. "Return to your role. The repairman, the quiet citizen. The story is forgiving. It can reintegrate lost elements. It prefers harmony." Bill thought of the scent of desert sage, the taste of copper, the ragged sound of his mother's cry before it was softened. He thought of the wet suck of the stone and the jagged water. He thought of Leah's truth. "No," he said. The woman's eyes changed. The focus deepened, but behind it, for just an instant, he saw not anger, but something like frantic calculation. A search through a vast database for a response to this illogical word. No was not in the script for a quiet citizen. "Then you will become an irregularity," she said, her voice flattening. "And the system will resolve you." She turned and walked away, her form seeming to blend into the gathering dusk a little too quickly. Bill stood shaking, not with fear, but with a terrible clarity. He was now a targeted glitch. The system was moving from background maintenance to active debugging. He went not to his apartment, but to the riverbank. It was dark. He took the Hasselblad and his last roll of film. He didn't have a plan, only a need to bear witness to the flaw one more time. He'd picked up a stone, angular and heavy. He didn't drop it. He threw it sideways, skimming it low across the water. It didn't skip. It tore. The stone cut a gash in the surface of the river, a black, linear rip that didn't flow with water, but revealed a deeper, formless dark beneath. The tear lingered for a full 3 seconds, humming with a low, foundational static, before the water rushed back in with a sound like a sigh. The river smoothed over, perfectly fluid. Bill raised the camera, his finger finding the shutter release. He focused not on the water, but on the space where the tear had been, now healed. He took the picture. He would develop it. He knew what it would show. It would show the tear, frozen. It would show the wound in the world. And he would find a way to show it to everyone, even if he had to become the noise himself. He stood in the dark, waiting for the next bird that would never sing, holding the camera that saw the truth, and prepared to break the story for good. Story 5. The silence in the Pine Ridge lift station was not natural. It was a manufactured thing, a hollowed-out pocket of the world where sound went to die. Adam stood on the grated platform, the beam of his helmet light cutting a frail swath through the damp gloom, and listened to the absence. There should have been the groan of pumps, the trickle of seepage, the skittering of roaches. There was nothing. Not even the echo of his own breath seemed to belong to him. It was swallowed whole by the vacuum. It felt less like quiet, and more like a suppression, an external force holding the air itself in a state of paralyzed obedience. He was there for a backup overflow clog, a routine misery. But the data from the remote sensors had been strange. Pressure spikes with no corresponding flow, temperature drops in isolated pipe segments. The city engineer, Danielle, had met him topside, her face a mask of professional skepticism under the sodium vapor twilight. "Probably just another fatberg," she'd said, the word an ugly lump of grease and waste. "But the readings are off, like it's breathing wrong." She handed him the tablet with the schematics, her fingers brushing his, cold and quick. Descending into the station was like submerging into a cold, silent sea. The rungs of the ladder were the last real things. Now, in the chamber, the silence was a physical presence, a weight against the eardrums. He moved to the primary access port, his boots making no sound on the steel grating. The hatch wheel turned with a resistance that was too smooth, too uniform, like cracking a sealed vault. The odor hit him first, not the fecal rot he expected, but something clean and sharp and wrong. Ozone, like after a lightning strike, undercut with a scent of wet stone and something vaguely alkaline, like a chemist's lab. He shone his light into the pipe. It was not a clog of congealed waste. It was a oath, a crystalline latticework, intricate as a cathedral window, glowing with a soft internal bioluminescence, the color of drowned moonlight. It pulsed, slowly, rhythmically, not with light, but with a deeper, sub-audible thrum he felt in his molars and the pit of his stomach. The crystals were clear, faceted, and within their depths, Tiny motes of something darker swam like captive stars. They had grown in a perfect spiral, choking the 6-foot pipe, and the substance around them, the water, the sewage, was held in a strange, gel-like suspension, motionless. Adam, a man whose philosophy was forged in the tangible kingdom of wrenches and pressure gauges, felt the bedrock of his reality crack. He reached out, not to touch, but to feel the air above it. The silence here was densest, and the low-frequency pulse was a vibration that traveled up his bones, settling behind his eyes with a gentle, persuasive pressure. He took a sample, not with his hands, but with a core sampler, the tool biting into the crystalline structure with a sound like a distant chime that was instantly absorbed. The fragment in the sample cylinder glowed softly in his gloved hand. Topside, under the sickly yellow light of the parking lot, Danielle examined the sample. Her skepticism had evaporated, replaced by a focused clinical dread. This isn't mineral. It's not biological. Not as we define either. She ran a portable spectrometer over it. It's emitting a steady, low-frequency electromagnetic pulse, modulated in a repeating pattern, almost like a carrier wave. A wave for what? Adam asked, his voice too loud in the normal night. I don't know. But look. She pointed her tablet's camera towards the neat, silent houses of Pine Ridge Estates. A man was watering his lawn in the dark, the hose arcing in a perfect, unchanging parabola. A woman sat perfectly still on a porch swing, not rocking, just staring at the streetlight. Every house had a light on, each window identical yellow rectangle. No cars moved. No dogs barked. It's quiet, Adam said, the word now heavy with new meaning. They called the county. Sheriff Duane arrived, a large man with a face worn smooth by minor grievances. He listened to Danielle's technical explanations with a placid, nodding smile that didn't reach his eyes. A fancy clog, is what you're saying. We'll get a county crew out here tomorrow. Seal it off. His voice was flat, affable, devoid of its usual gruff suspicion. When Adam insisted on the strangeness, on the pulse, on the behavior of the residents, Duane just kept nodding. People are tired is all. Long week. You should get some rest, too. Both of you. His gaze lingered on the sample case. We'll take care of that. As Duane's cruiser pulled away, moving at a precise, unhurried speed, Danielle whispered. He didn't ask a single question. The change in the neighborhood was subtle, a virus of normalcy. Lawns were too perfectly mowed. Trash cans were aligned at identical intervals. People moved with a smooth, efficient grace, but their eyes were distant, their conversations a bland exchange of pleasantries, devoid of inflection. The pulse was spreading, not through the pipes, but through the air. A subliminal signal weaving itself into the fabric of the place. Adam, spending his days mapping the sewer lines from old schematics, felt it as a constant, low-grade headache, a pressure to just sit down, to stop questioning, to admire the neatness of it all. He fought it by focusing on the tactile, the grit of pipe scale under his nails, the cold weight of his wrench, the acrid taste of bad coffee. Danielle, working from her home lab, discovered more. The crystal was not just emitting, it was growing, converting the organic matter in the sewage into more of itself, extending crystalline filaments along the water table. The pulse pattern she decoded was not random. It was a simplified, brutal algorithm for harmony. Suppress conflict. Suppress curiosity. Enforce routine. It was a tune for dormancy. It's not an invasion, she said over a scrambled line, her voice thin with horror. It's a maintenance program. They're not conquering. They're gardening. Pruning back the noisy, messy parts. Who's they? Adam asked, watching from his truck as a group of neighbors simultaneously retrieved their mail. Something that finds us loud and troublesome. Something that wants the planet quiet. The source, they triangulated, was not in the sewer. The network was a distribution system, but the heart was deeper, in an old, forgotten aquifer survey shaft that predated the suburb, listed on no current municipal map. It was a needle in the Earth's flesh. Duane found them as they were loading gear into Adam's van. The sheriff was not alone. 6 residents stood with him, their postures relaxed, their faces blankly pleasant. They carried ordinary things: a rake, a golf club, a length of garden hose. "You're causing a disturbance," Duane said, his voice still terribly reasonable. "You're generating anxiety. We can't have that. The peace is so very important." The group took a step forward, in unison. There was no malice in their eyes, only a profound, empty commitment to stillness. It was more terrifying than rage. Adam and Danielle fled, not from violence, but from the terrifying serenity of their pursuit. The entrance to the shaft was hidden in a copse of trees at the edge of the development, a concrete cap like a forgotten tomb. The silence here was absolute, the pulse a physical force that made their teeth ache and their thoughts slow like cold honey. They had to rope down into darkness. Below was not a cavern, but a cavity the earth should not have possessed. The walls were sheathed in the same luminous crystal, which had grown into a vast central geode the size of a house. In its center, suspended in a lattice of light, was a form. It was not a creature, not a ship. It was a nexus, an entity of pure crystalline intelligence, a neural network of mineral and encoded thought. It pulsed, and with each pulse, the signal washed outwards, a wave of enforced tranquility. This was the gardener, the silencer. Adam's tools were useless here. Danielle, shivering beside him, pointed a modified jammer, a device she'd cobbled together to emit a chaotic counterfrequency. It was a scream against a lullaby. The crystal entity reacted not with anger, but with a gentle amplification, trying to absorb the dissonance, to smooth it into the quiet. The solution came not from their technology, but from the memory of Adam's trade. He saw not a monster, but a system with a pressure point. The growth was fed by the water, by the organic flow. It sought harmony, but any system, he knew, could be overwhelmed. Harmony relied on controlled flow. He looked at the ancient, rusted main water line that fed the shaft, a monstrous pipe older than the century. "Give it what it wants," he shouted over the rising hum. All of it. While Danielle aimed her jammer, a desperate, shrieking prayer, Adam attacked the main valve with his largest wrench. He didn't try to close it. He opened it. He broke it open. With a shriek of shearing metal, decades of pent-up pressure, a torrent of cold, dark, chaotic water, carrying with it the unprocessed grit and waste and furious, random life of the deep earth, exploded into the crystalline chamber. It was noise, made liquid. The pure, ordered structure of the entity was assaulted by a flood of filth, of turbulence, of screaming hydraulic pressure. The crystals, attuned to subtle pulses, were drowned in a roaring, unpredictable chaos. The luminous lattice flickered wildly, the pulses becoming erratic, jagged. The entity didn't scream, it glitched. Its beautiful, terrible signal fragmented into static. The light in the cavern stuttered like a failing bulb, and then, with a final silent implosion of light into a single blinding point, it went dark. The silence that followed was different. It was the silence of deafness after an explosion, ringing and empty and natural. The crushing, persuasive pressure was gone. The crystals on the walls went inert, just cold, wet stone. They climbed back into the world, bruised and soaked in foul water. The night air felt alive with texture, the rustle of leaves in a real wind, the distant, angry bark of a dog, the hum of a late-night car radio playing a raucous, obnoxious song. In the houses of Pine Ridge, lights began to go on and off at random. A child cried. A couple argued, their voices sharp and human. They sat on the grass, watching the chaotic, beautiful noise of ordinary life reassert itself. Duane and the others would wake tomorrow with vague headaches and no memory, the signal erased from their minds like a forgotten dream. Danielle leaned her head on Adam's shoulder. "It's gone," she said, not a question. "No," Adam said, looking up at the stars, cold and silent and innumerable. "It's just, listening from farther away now." He took a deep breath, the air tasting of mud and grass and freedom. The silence around them was no longer artificial. It was simply the quiet of the night, waiting to be broken by whatever came next. The drive back to the city was a symphony of small, discordant sounds. The van's engine rattled. Danielle's teeth chattered from cold and delayed shock, and the radio, when Adam finally turned it on, spat out a talk show host ranting about politics with beautiful human vitriol. They didn't speak. Words felt too fragile, too new. They went to Danielle's apartment, not Adam's. It felt safer, a place the thing had never touched. Her space was a comforting chaos of books, half-dismantled electronics, and coffee mugs holding forgotten experiments. The silence here was warm, cluttered, theirs. They showered separately, the hot water scouring away the physical memory of the shaft. Adam stood under the spray until his skin was raw, watching the dark water at his feet swirl and vanish down the drain. A mundane and wonderful process. Wrapped in borrowed clothes, they sat at her small kitchen table. Danielle placed the inert sample between them on a napkin. It was just a dull, grayish rock now, a piece of ugly quartz. She poked it with a pencil. "It's not transmitting, not even a residual charge." Her voice was hoarse. "What do we do with it?" Adam asked. "Study it. While it's dead, learn what it was, in case." She didn't finish. "In case there are other gardeners," Adam finished for her. The thought was a cold stone in his gut. The stars hadn't felt friendly on the drive back. They'd felt observant. The next morning, the world had moved on. The news was all about a minor earthquake that had been felt in the county, a convenient explanation for the strange water main rupture and the temporary water discoloration in Pine Ridge estates. Sheriff Duane gave a brief, confused statement about responding to reports of vandalism, but having found nothing. He seemed like himself again, gruff and slightly annoyed. Adam went back to work. There was a collapsed line in the old district, a job of mud and shouting and diesel fumes. He lost himself in it, in the glorious, straightforward struggle against gravity and decay. His crew joked about his quietness, attributing it to a wild weekend. He let them. Danielle called that evening. Her voice was tight, controlled in a way he recognized as suppressed fear. "I ran a deep structural analysis on the crystal, atomic level. Adam, it's not just inert. It's not even truly dead. It's in a state of hibernation. The atomic lattice is perfectly preserved. It's waiting." "For what?" "For the signal, the carrier wave. I think we didn't kill the broadcaster. We just disrupted the local receiver. The source of the signal is still out there. And this," he heard the pencil tap the sample, "this is a seed. It's programmed to wake up when the music starts again." A long silence stretched over the line, filled with the hum of the city. "So we have a dormant alien seed in your apartment," Adam said, the absurdity of the statement somehow making it more real. "And a theory," she replied. "Harmony was its goal. But maybe harmony isn't the point. Maybe it's a byproduct. I've been looking at the growth pattern, the conversion of organic matter. It's incredibly efficient. It doesn't just quiet noise. It repurposes it, turns chaotic energy into structured, quiet growth." Adam thought of the roaring flood, the glorious mess of it overwhelming the perfect silence. "So we're loud, we're messy, We're fuel. Exactly. And a gardener doesn't just prune. It cultivates. It prepares the soil for a harvest. She took a shaky breath. What if the quiet it wants isn't the end goal? What if the quiet is just the field being cleared, tilled, made ready for them to plant whatever comes next? The kitchen around Adam suddenly felt thin, like a film set. The city's noise outside his window, the sirens, the laughter, the endless grumble of traffic, no longer sounded like life. It sounded like a beacon. "We can't tell anyone," he said quietly. "Who would believe us? And if they did, panic is about as noisy as it gets. It would be like ringing a dinner bell." "Then it's just us," Danielle said. There was no question in her voice. "Just us," Adam agreed. He looked out at the twilight, at the first stars prickling through the urban glow. They were no longer just lights. They were eyes. And somewhere, in the deep, silent dark between them, a signal was still singing its gentle, terrible lullaby, waiting for the conditions to be just right, waiting for the noise to build to a crescendo, so it could begin the work of turning it all into a perfect, silent, and endless field. The following week was a study in forced normalcy. Adam went to his job, repaired pipes, filed reports. Danielle returned to the city engineering office, her analysis of the mineral deposit filed away as a curious geological anomaly. They met in the evenings, always at her apartment. The sample now sealed in a lead-lined box she'd improvised from old camera equipment. They worked in a bubble of shared dread, mapping theories onto takeout containers. The silence they listened for now was not in the world around them, but in the data. Danielle monitored the electromagnetic spectrum, searching for the specific modulated pulse. Adam used his access to cross-reference municipal records, searching for other anomalies, unexplained maintenance issues, pockets of bizarrely consistent behavior, areas with a history of quiet seismic events. They found whispers. A neighborhood in a town 50 miles north had one most organized community 3 years running. A suburban water treatment plant had reported a sudden total cessation of biological activity in its settling ponds, now attributed to an unapproved cleaning agent. Each was a possible pinprick, a place where the needle might have briefly touched the record before sliding away. The sample did nothing. It was a stone, but its presence was a cold weight in the room, a sleeping virus in a jar. The break came from an unexpected direction. Buried in a century-old public works archive, Adam found a handwritten log from the original surveyor of the Pine Ridge Aquifer shaft. The final entry, dated 1912, read, "Reached proposed depth. Encountered a singing stone. A queer thing. The men refused to work near it. Sounds like a church bell under the earth. Have ordered the shaft sealed. Some things are better left asleep." He showed it to Danielle. Her face paled. 1912. It's been here that long. Dormant. Dying. Waiting for. What? For us to build a city on top of it? For the noise to reach a certain threshold? "It was a seed," Adam said, the pieces clicking with horrible clarity. "And we built the perfect garden for it. A constant, rich supply of us." That night, the scanner Danielle had left running in the corner of her living room emitted a soft, single ping. It wasn't the carrier wave. It was something else, a faint, answering echo on an adjacent frequency, a harmonic. It originated from the general direction of the water treatment plant with the sterile settling ponds. "It's not the signal," she whispered, staring at the screen. "It's an acknowledgement, like a handshake. That plant. Something there's awake, and it just heard us listening." The air in the apartment grew cold. They had been careful, so careful. But their scrutiny, their focused attention, their very search for silence had created a new kind of signal, a pattern of interest in the void. They had stared into the dark, and something in the dark had blinked back. Adam packed his largest wrench into a duffel bag. Danielle loaded her jammer and a handheld spectrometer. They didn't speak. The plan was unformed, a gut reaction. Go to the source of the echo, look with their own eyes, and then decide. To fight, to flee, or to finally understand. As they drove through the sleeping city towards the county line, the ordinary sounds of the night felt like a mask. The quiet between them was no longer comfortable. It was charged, listening. The headlights cut a frail path through the darkness, and Adam knew with a certainty that settled in his bones that they were not going to find another forgotten shack. They were going to find a cultivated field, and this time, the gardener would be expecting visitors. The water treatment plant was a sprawling complex of concrete and chain link, silhouetted against the lesser darkness of the night sky. It was silent, but not with the dead silence of industry after hours. This was the watchful, absorbing quiet of the geode chamber, only spread thin over acres. No hum of pumps, no rush of water. The air smelled of chlorine and something else. A dry mineral scent, like a cave. They parked a half-mile away and approached on foot through a scrubby field. The main gate was closed, but a service entrance used by delivery trucks stood slightly ajar. No guard. No need. Adam pushed the heavy metal door and it swung inward without a sound, the hinges too perfectly oiled. Inside, the stillness was profound. The walkways were clean, devoid of the usual leaves or litter. The massive settling ponds, usually churning with slow organic motion, were perfectly still mirrors reflecting the stars. Too still. Danielle aimed her spectrometer at the nearest pool. The readout showed zero biological activity. The water was, for all intents and purposes, sterile. "It's not just quiet here," she murmured, her voice swallowed by the space. "It's clean. It's been sanitized." They moved deeper, past silent control rooms with dark monitors, towards the source of the echo her scanner had detected. The primary filtration building. The large roll-up door was also open. A slice of pale, cold light fell from within. Not the yellow of industrial bulbs, but the familiar moonglow of crystalline growth. Adam hefted his wrench. Danielle powered on her jammer, its ready light a tiny, defiant red eye. They stepped into the light. The interior of the building had been transformed. The great sand and charcoal filter beds were gone. In their place, rising from the concrete floor like a frozen fountain, was a structure of the same luminous crystal. It was smaller than the Pine Ridge Nexus, no larger than a tree, but far more intricate. Its form was branching, fractal, a perfect replication of a circulatory system or a root network. It pulsed softly, in time with a sound just below hearing. And it was not alone. Standing in a ring around it were perhaps a dozen figures in the coveralls of plant workers. They were utterly still, facing the crystal, their backs to the entrance. They did not turn as Adam and Danielle entered. Then, from the shadow behind the crystal tree, a man stepped forward. He was tall, dressed in neat khakis and a polo shirt, a plant manager's ID badge clipped to his chest. His face was calm, pleasant, and his eyes held the same vacant serenity as Duane's had. But his voice, when he spoke, was different. It was not dreamy or flat. It was precise, and it was addressed directly to them. "You are the anomaly from Sector 7, the man said. He didn't ask. He stated, "The disruptive event. We have been analyzing your resonance." Danielle's hand tightened on the jammer. "We stopped you. You introduced a chaotic variable into a localized node," the man corrected, his head tilting as if listening to a whisper only he could hear. "A search. It was instructive. We have adapted." He gestured to the crystalline tree. "This unit is no longer a mere receiver. It is an analyzer. It studies the noise, categorizes it. Your previous intervention was a valuable data point. A high-amplitude discordance, your presence here is enough. Adam felt a cold trickle of understanding. They weren't fighting an invader. They were specimens, poking at an experiment. Their defiance was just another form of noise being studied. The gardener, Adam began, is a function. The man interrupted. A process. You personify it. That is a characteristic of your noise, the need for narrative, for agency. The process seeks efficiency. You are inefficient. Your chaos is wasteful. But, he conceded, and something almost like a smile touched his lips. It is. The standing workers turned in unison to face them. Their hands were empty. They showed no aggression. They simply began to walk forward, a slow, closing circle. The process requires comprehensive data to optimize, the manager said. You will be integrated. Your unique resistance patterns will be mapped. Your noise will be measured, understood, and then quieted. Danielle thumbed the switch on her jammer. It whined to life, emitting its screeching counter-frequency. The crystal tree flickered, and the advancing workers hesitated, their smooth coordination faltering for a second. But then the tree pulsed brighter, and the sound from the jammer seemed to warp, to be pulled apart into its component frequencies and absorbed. The readout on Danielle's device spiraled into nonsense. It has learned, the manager said softly. Adam swung his wrench at the nearest worker, aiming for the shoulder. A non-lethal blow. The man didn't flinch. The wrench connected with a sickening thud, and the worker staggered, his collarbone surely broken, but his serene expression never changed. He righted himself and continued advancing, his arm hanging uselessly. The silence was worse than any cry of pain. They were backing towards the door, but the circle was tightening. The jammer was useless. Violence was only a temporary, inefficient impediment. The process was learning from every move they made, adapting in real time. Then Adam's boot scuffed against something on the concrete floor. A large, heavy-duty electrical cable, severed during the crystal's growth, its copper guts exposed. He looked at the inert, looming filtration machinery to their left, the dead control panels. He thought of the flood in the shaft, the overwhelming chaos. "Danielle," he yelled. "The jammer! Into the cable!" She understood it instantly. As a worker reached for her, she dropped to her knees and jammed the shrieking device's output probe into the exposed copper wires. For a second, nothing happened. Then the crystal tree flared like a star. The jammer's signal, instead of radiating uselessly into the air, was funneled directly into the plant's grounded electrical system, a system that was intimately connected, via pipes and conduits and rebar, to the entire structure, including the concrete foundation soaking in the sterile water of the settling ponds. The chaotic pulse didn't attack the crystal. It electrified the medium the crystal was growing from. The tree of light went black. Then it exploded in a shower of brittle, dark fragments. The standing workers dropped where they stood, collapsing into a tangle of unconscious limbs. The plant manager let out a small, surprised sigh, like a man who had just found a minor error in a long column of numbers. And then he too folded to the floor. The crushing quiet shattered. Real sound rushed in. The sputter and die of the jammer, the moan of the wind outside, the frantic sound of their own breathing. And then, from the dead machinery around them, a deep, resonant groan as backup systems, freed from the suppressing signal, engaged with jerky, uncoordinated violence. Alarms whooped to life in a discordant chorus. Lights flickered and blazed. In the settling ponds, pumps kicked on, and the sterile mirrors shattered into violent, churning whirlpools. They had not introduced chaos to the crystal this time. They had wired chaos directly into its roots, stumbling out into the suddenly noisy, flashing, alive night. Danielle looked back at the pandemonium they had unleashed. "It learned from us," she panted. "And we learned from it. We didn't overwhelm it. We gave it a feedback loop it couldn't smooth out." Adam nodded, pulling her towards the field and their van. The city's distant glow on the horizon no longer looked like a beacon of noise. It looked like a fragile, glittering shield. The gardener's process was still out there, listening, analyzing. But now it had new data. It knew its specimens could fight back in unexpected ways. And they knew the silence wasn't a blanket. It was a network, with nodes and roots and pressure points. They drove, not towards the city, but away, into the deeper darkness of the country roads. They needed a new plan. They needed to find others who had heard the silence beneath the noise. The next move wasn't to hide or to wait. It was to speak up, very, very carefully, to make a different kind of signal. A call, not a scream. A call for all the other noisy, messy, inefficient anomalies in the quieting world. The van's heater rattled, fighting the deep chill of the country night. Danielle stared at her hands, still trembling from adrenaline. "It adapted," she said, not looking at Adam. "But so did we. We used its own infrastructure against it. That means it has a vulnerability. It's not magic. It's a system. A system that turns people into parts," Adam finished, his knuckles white on the steering wheel. The image of the worker not reacting to a broken bone was seared into his mind. That was the true horror. Not death, but integration. We need to understand the rules. What can it absorb and what breaks the circuit? Emotion. High-emotion chaos worked in the shaft. Pure, unfocused electrical feedback worked here. She finally looked at him, her eyes wide in the dashboard glow. But it's learning to dampen those too. We have to stay unpredictable. We have to be noise it can't categorize. They drove in silence for an hour, putting miles between them and the awakening chaos of the treatment plant. They found an all-night diner at a crossroads, a lonely island of fluorescent light. Over bad coffee, they made a list on a paper napkin. It was a short list. 1. The signal source was still external, unknown. 2. Local nodes could be primary receivers, like Pine Ridge, or secondary analyzers, like the plant. 3. The process converted organic complexity into structured silence, but it needed to study unpredictable variables to optimize. 4. People who were integrated weren't dead. They were repurposed. Could they be pulled back? "We need data we can't get ourselves," Adam said, stirring his coffee into a muddy vortex. "We need to look for the cracks, not where it's working, but where it failed." Danielle tapped the napkin. "The surveyor in 1912. He sealed the shaft. He heard the singing stone and stopped. He wasn't integrated. He resisted. So did Duane for a while. He came back, sort of." Adam leaned forward. "What if integration isn't always permanent? What if some people fight it from the inside? We need to find them." "And how do we do that without drawing attention?" Danielle asked, her voice low. "Our listening got a response. Our attack got a bigger one. The next time the gardener looks for us, it won't send a polite manager. It'll send a tailored silence." The bell on the diner door jangled. They both flinched. A tired-looking trucker ambled in, nodding to the waitress. The normalcy of it was jarring. As they watched him slide into a booth, Danielle's expression shifted. "We don't look for them," she whispered. "We get them to look for us. We don't broadcast a signal it can analyze. We leave a message it won't recognize as a message at all." Adam followed her gaze. The trucker was scribbling on his own napkin, a doodle or a calculation. How? We use the old network, the human one. The noisy, inefficient, analog one. A faint, fierce smile touched her lips. We start a rumor. 2 days later, in a used bookstore 3 towns over, Adam bought a copy of an obscure local history journal. In the margin of an article about regional folklore, using a pencil, he made a small, careful notation beside a paragraph about whispering stones. It read, "Harmony is a tuned string. Break the tune, not the string. Listen for the crackle." He left the journal in the back of the bus station. Danielle, using a public terminal at a library, edited a Wikipedia page for a minor geological formation, adding a seemingly irrelevant citation about acoustic hibernation and linking it to a defunct forum where she had planted a thread full of poetic, fragmented warnings disguised as bad poetry. They were seeds, not crystalline and perfect, but messy, human seeds. Ideas that would spread not through a carrier wave, but through curiosity, through coincidence, through the glorious, wasteful noise of human communication. A person fighting a quiet impulse might read the margin note and feel a shock of recognition. An engineer puzzled by a sterile water report might stumble on the forum and connect dots. It was a gamble. The process might trace the digital footprint, might notice a pattern in the purchases. But the signal was buried in noise, a needle in a haystack of human irrelevance. A week passed. The silence from the treatment plant was total. The news reported an unexplained electrical fire and a contained chemical spill. No mention of crystal or catatonic workers. The cover-up was seamless, which meant the process had help from within the systems they trusted. Then, a reply. It came to a disposable email account Danielle had linked in the forum post. The subject line was blank. The body contained only a set of geographic coordinates and a time, 3 a.m., 2 days from now, and a single haunting line of text. The quiet is loudest in the old places where the world is thin. The coordinates led to a remote stretch of state park land, marked on topographic maps as the site of a long-abandoned fire watchtower. They stood in her apartment looking at the message. The lead-lined box sat on the table between them, inert. "It could be a trap," Adam said. "The gardener laying a snare." "It could be," Danielle agreed. "But the phrasing, the world is thin. And that's not the language of the process. That's the language of someone who's seen behind the curtain and is trying to describe it." She closed the laptop. "We have to go. It's the only lid we have that didn't come from us screaming into the void." Adam packed his bag again. This time, beside the wrench, he put a handful of road flares and a simple battery-powered M radio. Chaos and a basic receiver. Tools for noise and tools for listening. As they prepared to leave once more, the silence in the room felt different. It was no longer just an absence or a threat. It was a medium, a field, and they were not just hiding in it. They were planting in it. They were sowing whispers, hoping something would grow in the quiet that the gardener could not control. Story 6. The tape recorder's spools turned with a dry, insect-like click. A sigh, heavy with the weight of cigarettes and silence, leaks from the speaker. Then the voice, a man's, frayed at the edges, begins. "You want a statement, a coherent one. They told me to talk. They said it might unstick something. But coherence is the first thing you lose. It goes quiet, you see. Not a natural quiet, not the quiet of snow or deep space. It's a quiet that eats. It swallows the crunch of your own boots, the rustle of your jacket, the thump of your own." Gracie was a forest ranger, a woman whose bones knew the rhythms of the Olympic Peninsula like a second pulse. Her world was a cathedral of cedar and fir, of chattering streams and the distant scream of eagles. She walked her patrols not with a map, but with a deep cellular memory for the slant of light on a particular nurse log, the specific crook in a creek bed where the winter steelhead ran. The silence found her in late September, in a sector known as the Vale, a steep, mist-cloaked bowl of old growth seldom visited even by the most determined backpackers. At first, it was a subtle thing, a lack. The chatter of a squirrel colony she knew to be nesting in a stand of hemlock simply wasn't there. The constant, whispering drip from the canopy after a morning rain had ceased. She stopped, her breath pluming in the chill air. She stamped her boot on a thick pad of moss. The impact was felt through her leg, but the sound was dull, swallowed, as if she stood on a thick carpet in a soundproofed room. The light, too, was wrong. It didn't filter. It bent. Sunbeams that should have speared through the high branches in dusty, distinct shafts instead diffused into a vague, directionless amber haze, making the forest floor seem both illuminated and shadowless, a flat painting of itself. She reported it, of course. A note in the weekly log. Unusual acoustic dampening and light distortion in Sector 7G. Possible microclimate anomaly. Will monitor. Her supervisor, a pragmatic man named Carl with a fondness for budget reports, suggested sensor malfunctions, maybe a migrant. Joe, her assistant, a young woman with a bright, skeptical smile, teased her about forest spirits and offered her some of her fancy mushroom tea. Gracie said nothing more, but she returned. Each visit deepened the strangeness. The air grew stiller, thicker, carrying a scent that was not of pine and decay, but of ozone and cold stone, like the heart of a mountain exposed. The birds avoided the area entirely, their flight paths etching a perfect silent border around the Vale. It was Ezekiel who gave the anomaly a shape. Ezekiel was a geologist with the survey department, a man who read the landscape in layers of time. He'd been studying unusual seismic murmurs, not earthquakes, but a constant, subsonic grumble that registered on sensitive equipment as a localized dissolution event. He found Gracie at her station, his face pale under its usual coating of field dust. "It's eating a rock," he said without preamble, spreading a spectral analysis map on her desk. The colors were all wrong. A specific band of mineral-rich basalt deep under the Vale was showing a chemical signature akin to rapid, granular disintegration. Not erosion, not weathering, a conversion. It's like something is drinking the stone, sucking out the metals. Iron, manganese, traces of rare earths, leaving behind a porous, brittle shell. The weight of the forest above it, it's a miracle it hasn't collapsed into a sinkhole. Together, they went back. Armed with Ezekiel's instruments, they ventured deeper into the silent zone. The needles on his gauges went wild, then dead. A compass spun lazily. The feeling of being washed was no longer a paranoia, but a physical pressure, a hum in the teeth and fillings. It was Gracie who saw the shift. A patch of ferns, their outlines wavering like a heat mirage. She reached out, and her hand seemed to blur, to lose its definition. Pushing through felt like parting a curtain of dense, static-charged water. On the other side, the world was gone. The trees were still there, but they were ghosts, translucent sketches, overlaying a cavernous, terrifying reality. The forest floor fell away into a vast, geometric pit, its walls smooth and gleaming under a sourceless violet light that cast no shadows. The scale was incomprehensible, a wound in the earth that belonged on the moon, not here among the ferns and moss. And within it, moving with a slow, glacial purpose, were the miners. They were not little green men, nor sleek gray humanoids. They were architectures, Vast interlocking assemblages of crystalline and metallic forms, shifting and reconfiguring like a living puzzle. They had no faces, no limbs in any recognizable sense. They were function made manifest, drills of shimmering force that dissolved bedrock into swirling clouds of particulate, conveyors of light that siphoned the metallic dust into pulsating orbs that floated upwards into a hovering obsidian vessel so large it blotted out the sky. The vessel was seamless, a tear in reality itself, drinking the essence of the mountain. This was no visitation, no exploration. This was industry, a harvesting, quiet, efficient, and utterly indifferent. The silence was their cloak, the light-bending field their blind. They were not hiding from humanity. They were simply operating around it, as a man might work around an anthill at his feet. The revelation was not a shout, but a suffocation. Gracie and Ezekiel stumbled back into the muffled world of the forest, their minds scrabbling for purchase. They argued and hissed frantic whispers back at the ranger station. Ezekiel wanted to go public, to bring in the world's media, to shine a light into the pit. Gracie, her ranger's instincts screaming, saw only the consequence: panic. Military missiles fired into a geological instability that could swallow the entire range. And what would bullets do to those crystalline forms? Would they even notice? Jo found them like that, wild-eyed and speaking in fragments. She saw the terror on Ezekiel's face, the grim, shattered resolve on Gracie's. "Gracie," Jo said softly, placing a hand on her arm, "you haven't slept in days. You're talking about crystal monsters. Ezekiel's instruments are probably picking up a gas leak. Seepage can cause hallucinations." Her concern was genuine, a lifeline thrown from the world of reason. It was the most dangerous thing of all. That night, under a clear, cold sky, Gracie went back alone. She carried no camera, no weapon, only a small, powerful flashlight from the supply locker. She stood at the edge of the mirage, her heart a trapped bird against her ribs. The plan was formless. A shout, a gesture, something to make them see her, to acknowledge the anthill had a sentinel. She stepped through the curtain. The vast, violet-lit chamber hummed with a sound below sound. One of the crystalline assemblages was near the rim, its faceted surfaces reflecting the nightmare panorama. Gracie raised the flashlight, thumbed the switch. The beam, a stark white spear in the alien glow, struck the center of the form. For a moment, nothing. The mining continued. Then, with a smooth, silent pivot, a segment of the entity reoriented. A cluster of facets aligned, focusing not on the light, but on her. There was no eye, no sensor she could identify, but a wave of pure scanning attention washed over her. It was not malice. It was the cold, processing regard of a combine harvester, noting a ladybug on a stalk of wheat. A data point, an anomaly in the silent field. A pinpoint of searing blue light coalesced in the air before her. No heat, no sound, but a pressure that atomized thought. Gracie threw herself sideways as the patch of ground where she'd stood, moss, soil, and rock, simply vanished, leaving a smooth, hemispherical crater. The message was impeccably clear. You are not part of the operation. Be silent or be removed. She fled. The forest, her forest, felt alien now. A painted backdrop. She found Ezekiel packing his truck at the motel. He took one look at her face and knew. They saw me, she breathed. They corrected the anomaly. They agreed, in that moment of shared terminal understanding, to say nothing, to let the silence claim the story. Ezekiel transferred to a project in Greenland. Jo, convinced Gracie had suffered a breakdown, recommended a leave of absence, her eyes full of a pity that was harder to bear than fear. Gracie stayed. She requested a permanent patrol route that included the Veil. The tape hisses. The man's voice is even quieter now, worn down to a thread. She still walks there. Every week. The silence is still there. The light still bends. She files her reports. Sector 7G stable. No unusual activity. She watches the trees for signs of blight, the ground for subsidence. She listens to the nothing. And sometimes, on the stillest days, she feels it, that subsonic grumble. The click of the recorder stopping is the loudest sound in the room. The man behind the desk hasn't moved for a long time. He is not the man from the tape. He is younger, his suit cheaper, his eyes holding a bureaucratic fatigue rather than the weight of a forest. He reaches out, his finger hovering over the recorder's button, but does not press play again. He finally looks at me. I have been sitting in the visitor's chair for the duration of the tape, my own hands still. I am the one who brought it to him. It arrived in a plain manila envelope, postmarked from a town in Oregon I'd never heard of, with my name and this agency's address typed on a label. Inside was only the cassette and a single index card-sized photograph. The photograph sits on the desk between us now, facing him. "Where did you get this?" he asks, his voice carefully neutral. "You heard the tape," I say. It was her. Gracie. She must have mailed it before she... Before she what? I don't have an answer for that. The tape ended. The story, in a sense, ended there. But the photograph continues it. He turns it around slowly so I can see it again, though the image is burned into my mind. It is a picture of a forest floor, damp and thick with moss and oxalis. The light is the flat, shadowless amber the voice described. In the center of the frame, clear and unmistakable, is a footprint. But it is not a boot print. It is a perfect geometric depression, a hexagon about 2 feet across, pressed into the soft earth as if by a massive crystalline stamp. The edges are sharp, the moss within its boundaries utterly flattened, bleached a dead grayish white. "The Veil," the man says. Not a question. He taps the photograph's edge. "Sector 7G. We have no record of a ranger named Gracie assigned there in the past 15 years. No Ezekiel in geology. The supervisor, Carl, retired a decade ago. The assistant, Joe, common name, untraceable." The silence eats more than sound, I hear myself say. And the words feel like they are coming from the tape recorder's speaker. He ignores this. This could be a hoax. A very elaborate, very disturbing art project. That footprint could be fabricated. "But you don't believe that," I say. He leans back, the chair creaking. "I believe that 2 days ago, a satellite tasked with geological survey over the Olympic Peninsula malfunctioned. For exactly 17 minutes, its imaging systems were flooded with a wavelength of light it was not designed to process. A deep, resonant violet. The anomaly was localized. The coordinates matched the general area described on that tape. The air in the room feels thinner. The hiss of the tape seems to linger in it. "What do you want from me?" he asks. "You brought this here. You must want something." I think of the envelope, of my name typed so neatly. A name known only to a few, in a very specific quiet line of work. A line of work that deals with things that get filed away, that are not meant for the public. Things that require silence. I think she ran out of time to just watch, I say. I think the footprint is a message, not from them, from her. She's saying the operation is expanding. The silent zone is growing, and she can't be the only sentinel anymore. He stares at the photograph, at the perfect alien hexagon pressed into the earth. And the tape, why record it? Why send it? A record, I say, in case the silence eats her too. A statement. Not coherent, but true. He is silent for a full minute, weighing the cost of belief. Finally, he opens a drawer and places the tape and the photograph inside. The sound of the drawer closing is soft, final. "Wait here," he says, standing. It is the room. I do not wait. I stand and walk to the window. The city sprawls below, a cacophony of noise and light he will never truly hear or see again. He has listened to the tape. He has seen the photograph. The story is in him now. It is unstuck. Somewhere, far to the north, in a green dark, a woman walks a patrol. And somewhere beneath her, the mountain groans quietly as it is being drunk. He returns with 2 cups of coffee, cheap and bitter. He sets one before me and resumes his seat. The bureaucrat replaced by something else, something assessing and cold. "We will need you to come with us," he says, not looking at me. "To the location. You are the only point of contact we have." "I've never been there," I say. "I only received the package." "That doesn't matter. You are part of the story now. Anomalies attract. You were chosen for a reason." He sips his coffee. "We will leave at dawn. A small team. Quiet." The word hangs in the air. I think of Gracie's description. A quiet that eats. "What will you do?" I ask. "Observe, measure, confirm." He meets my eyes. "And then contain. Not them. The area. The knowledge. This is not a first contact scenario. This is a quarantine." I understand then. He does not see miners or harvesters. He sees a contagion. A silent, geological cancer. His solution will be a cordon, a lie, a burial deeper than the pit. He will become another layer of the silence. The drive north is long and wordless. There are 2 others in the vehicle, a man and a woman, both with the same empty, efficient eyes. They call him Davis. They do not speak to me. We switch to an unmarked forestry vehicle at a depot, and then the world becomes trees and climbing switchbacks. The air grows cold and damp. Davis consults a map, then a handheld device with a pulsing dot. The satellite data. We park where the road ends, at a trailhead with a faded sign. The air here is rich with sound. Birds, wind, a distant creek. It feels like a mockery. We hike for hours. Davis leads, his device cradled like a divining rod. The forest is magnificent, ancient. It feels nothing like the place on the tape. Then, gradually, the birdsong lessens. The wind in the canopy stills. My own breathing begins to sound muffled, as if I am wearing a helmet. The light takes on a strained, honeyed quality, flattening the world. Davis stops. He holds up a hand. The others freeze. He points ahead. The veil is not a wall. It is a gradient. The trees ahead are the same, yet not. Their details seem to swim if you look directly at them. The air shimmers like asphalt on a hot day. A perfect semicircular line of blight marks the boundary. Ferns are brown and crisp. Moss is gray and dead. The line is razor sharp, as if drawn with a scalpel. One of the agents, the woman, raises a camera. Its shutter click is a tiny swallowed pop. She lowers it, frowns, checks the screen. It is blank, filled with shifting violet static. Davis takes a small metal ball from his pack, a seismic sensor, and rolls it gently across the boundary. It moves into the shimmer and vanishes from sight. The readout in his hand flatlines. He does not speak. He nods to the other agent, who unslings a rifle. Not a standard issue. It has a bulky, generator-like attachment, a scientific instrument or a weapon. They step forward, crossing the blight line. Their bodies waver, distort, and are gone. I am left alone at the edge. The silence is a physical pressure on my eardrums. I look down at my feet, at the vibrant green moss, and I see it. Another hexagon. Fresher. Closer. Leading away from the boundary, deeper into the silent woods. Not a warning. An invitation. Davis' voice crackles from a radio on my belt, a startling distorted intrusion. Do not follow. Stay at the perimeter. I look at the hexagon, the perfect geometric path. I think of Gracie, walking her patrol for years, a sentinel with no one to report to but the silence. She is in there. She is still in there. And she is not alone anymore. I step over the line. The world dissolves into violet and shadow. The forest is a ghost image, a faded watermark over the immense, impossible pit. The scale is worse than the tape described. The hum is in my bones. I see the agents below, tiny on a narrow ledge, their forms stark under the sourceless light. They are pointing, gesturing. The one with the rifle is raising it, not at the crystalline miners who move, unconcerned in the depths below, but at something on the opposite rim. A figure stands there, silhouetted against the violet glow. A woman in a faded ranger's jacket. Gracie. She is not looking at the agents. She is looking at the largest of the mining assemblages, and she is holding something small and dark in her outstretched hand. Not a flashlight. A rock. A simple piece of the mountain. The assemblage pauses. A facet turns. The agent with the rifle takes aim. Gracie does not flinch. She drops the rock. It falls into the abyss. A tiny, meaningless act of defiance in the face of a planet-sized digestion. The rifle emits a pulsive sound, a deep, concussive thump that I feel in my teeth. But the sound is wrong. It's too loud. The silent field rejects it, amplifies it, twists it. The pulse strikes not Gracie, but the air above the pit, and the silence breaks. It shatters like glass. A roar of raw, tectonic noise erupts from the pit, the grind of machinery, the shriek of dissolving rock, a choir of inhuman frequencies. The violet light stutters. The hovering vessel, that tear in reality, shimmers violently. On the ledge, the agents clutch their heads. Davis is shouting, but his words are lost in the din. The crystalline entity near Gracie reconfigures. It is not turning toward her, or the agents. It is turning upward, toward its own vessel, its functions disrupted by the sonic anomaly. A series of piercing blue lights ignite across its form. Gracie turns her head. For the first time, she looks across the gulf, and her eyes meet mine. There is no fear in them, only a profound, weary recognition. She gives a single, slow nod. Then the world turns white and silent and deep. The white was not an absence. It was a fullness. It was the light of the pit, no longer violet, but a searing, blank radiance, and it filled the cavern, erasing edges, dissolving form. The sound, that terrible roaring, was gone, swallowed by the light itself. I felt a pressure, not on my body, but on my mind. A vast, cool attention sweeping through the chamber like a searchlight. When the light receded, fading back to its original eerie violet, the scene had changed. The agents were on their knees, disoriented, their instruments dark and smoking. The rifle lay shattered on the ledge. Across the pit, Gracie was gone, but the miners had stopped. Every crystalline assemblage was frozen in mid-motion. The drills of force were inert. The conveyors of light had dimmed to faint threads. The great vessel above hung motionless, a black hole against the cavern ceiling. The hum was gone. The silence was back, but it was different. It was a waiting silence. A shape detached itself from the nearest structure. It was not the entity itself, but a smaller, simpler form. A geometric cluster that floated free, and drifted toward the ledge where the agents were struggling to stand. It halted, hovering, a constellation of sharp angles and cold light. From its center, a voice emerged. It was not a sound in the air. It was a voice placed directly inside my skull, toneless, precise, and unbearably loud in the quiet. Anomaly. Sonic disruption. Explain. Dare. Davis was gagging, holding his head. He couldn't speak. The female agent was staring, her mouth open in a silent scream. The voice came again, not a request, but a demand for data. Explain. I don't know why I spoke. My lips moved, my throat worked, but the words I heard were only in my mind, projected outward. It was an accident, a mistake. They did not understand. The crystalline cluster rotated slightly. The focus shifted to me, standing alone on the rim. The pressure of its regard was immense. You are new. You are not the silent sentinel. You are not the noise. What are you? I had no answer. I was nothing. A courier. A witness. We harvest. We are efficient. We are quiet. The silent sentinel understood the parameters. You have brought noise. Noise is waste. Waste is corrected. On the ledge, Davis finally found his voice, a ragged shout. Identify yourselves. By the authority of... A pinpoint of blue light appeared before him. It was the same correction Gracie had described. It did not fire. It simply hung there. A period at the end of his sentence. The voice in my mind was cold. Authority is irrelevant. You are biological, transient. We are geological, permanent. The harvest continues for aeons. Your civilization is a vibration in the substrate, a soon quieted echo. The truth of it, the sheer cosmic indifference, was a weight that crushed the last of my resistance. They weren't evil. They weren't conquerors. They were a natural process, like erosion, but conscious. And we were dust to be brushed aside. The silent sentinel maintained the parameters. She has ceased. You have brought noise. A new parameter is required. The cluster shifted, facets realigning. The blue dot before Davis winked out. The frozen miners below began to move again, but slowly. Their patterns altered. The drills reactivated, but their focus changed. They were no longer just digging down. They were digging out. A seam of brilliant white light, hot and tangible, lanced from the main assemblage and traced a slow, deliberate line across the cavern wall, just below the rim. Rock vaporized without a sound, leaving a smooth, glowing channel. They were expanding the pit. The boundary was moving. The quiet zone will be extended to encompass the source of the noise. The biological nest on the surface will be relocated. Relocated, not destroyed. Moved. As one might relocate an anthill before pouring a foundation. The scale of the operation was about to adjust, to include us. The voice addressed me one final time. You will be the messenger. You will convey the new parameters. This is efficiency. Resistance is waste. The pressure vanished from my mind. The cluster retracted into the larger structure. The mining resumed its rhythm, but the direction of growth was now unmistakable, outward, toward the town, toward the world. Davis and the other agent were being herded, not by force, but by shifting walls of light, back toward the veil. They stumbled, broken. I turned and ran back through the ghost forest, through the shimmering boundary. The normal sounds of the forest rushed in, a deafening, meaningless cacophony. I did not stop until I reached the truck. Davis did not follow. I do not know what happened to him. I drove, and I am still driving. I am the messenger. I am to convey the parameters. They are not invaders. They are landlords. And the lease is up. The quiet is coming, and it will not be a secret anymore. It will be a fact of the world. A geological fact. Gracie knew. She tried to be the buffer. Now she is gone, and the buffer is gone with her. All that is left is the message, and the memory of her nod across the abyss. It was not a farewell. It was a passing of the watch. The headlights cut through the dark, ordinary night. But in the rearview mirror, I swear I see a faint, violet glow on the horizon, where the mountains used to be. The coffee in the styrofoam cup between my legs is cold and forgotten. The radio plays static, because I cannot bear music. Every song is a noise, a vibration, a soon-quieted echo. The words are in me now, a cold script I must learn to deliver. I drive toward the city, toward the agency, but I know it is pointless. Davis' chain of command is a fiction. What authority can file a report against a mountain? What budget can allocate funds for a negotiation with a process? I think of Gracie's tape, her years of lonely observation. She wasn't studying them. She was learning their language, the language of parameters and efficiency. She dropped the rock not to fight, but to communicate. A data point, a proof of concept, that biological action could affect their systems. She forced a new variable into their equation, and their solution was not retaliation, but recalibration. Expansion. The glow in the rearview mirror is not my imagination. It is a smudge of wrong color against the clouds, a violet bruise on the night. The quiet zone is growing. They are not marching. They are simply digesting outward. I pull over at a payphone outside a closed gas station. The receiver feels alien, a relic. I dial a number from memory, not the agency, but a direct line to a man who once asked me, in a quiet bar, what I really believed in. He works in a different kind of silence, the kind that broadcasts. He answers on the third ring, voice thick with sleep. Yeah? It's me, I say. My voice is a rasp. You need to listen. Don't speak. Just listen. And I tell him, not everything. Not the tape, not Gracie's name, but the parameters. I tell him about the geological landlords. I tell him about the relocation of the anthill. I tell him about the violet light in the mountains that is not a light, but an absence wearing a color we can see. I use their words. Efficiency, waste, correction. He is silent for a long time after I finish. Then, a single, sharp breath. Where are you? It doesn't matter. I'm the messenger. The message is delivered. This is a declaration of war. No, I say, and the truth is a bitter pill. It's an eviction notice, and war would be waste. They won't fight us. They'll just incorporate us, quietly. I hang up before he can argue. The message is in the wild now. A seed. It will be dismissed as madness, as a hoax, until the quiet reaches the first suburbs. Until the birds stop singing in a perfect geometric semicircle that advances 10 feet every day. Until radios go silent and engines stall in a spreading field of utter stillness. I get back in the truck. I don't go to the city. I turn east. I drive. I'm not delivering the message to the authorities. They are not the intended recipients. The message is for everyone, and no one. It is a warning with no possible defense. A countdown with no numbers. My headlights sweep across a roadside diner, a lone island of yellow light in the dark. I can see a couple in a booth, a waitress pouring coffee. Normal life. A biological vibration. I keep driving. I am the messenger, but I am also the message. The proof that the silent sentinel is gone, and the parameters have changed. The buffer is gone. All that's left is the slow, patient, indifferent advance of the quiet. And somewhere behind me, in a green dark that is no longer dark, a perfect hexagon is pressed into the soil just beyond the blight line. A footprint, not a warning. A survey marker, The road unspools, a gray tongue in the pre-dawn gloom. I drive until the truck's fuel light glows, a feeble orange companion to the violet smear behind me. At a crossroads, I abandon the vehicle. It is too identifiable, and identity is a liability now. I take a backpack from the rear, the one I'd packed with a numb, automatic instinct days ago. Water, dar, a knife, a map, dot. The tape recorder, its spools empty. A totem. I walk into the woods, not the ancient, silent ones of the north, but a second-growth pine forest, thin and uniform. The ground is soft with needles. The sky lightens to a pale, sickly gray. I find a creek, follow it upstream until the sound of the water is the only sound. I sit on a mossy stone and try to think, but thinking is just noise, too. A frantic, biological scrambling. The voice in the pit was right. We are transient. Our civilizations, our wars, our loves, they are just vibrations. Soon quieted. I take out the tape recorder. I press play. The silence from the speaker is not the same as the quiet of the pit. It is a hollow, electronic silence. I press record. The reels turn. This is the final message, I say to the machine, my voice calm, a surprise to me. The messenger is removing himself from the delivery system. The message is delivered. The parameters are set. The quiet is coming. Do not prepare for war. Prepare for incorporation, or prepare to be relocated. Those are the choices. There is no third option. Nah. I stop the recorder. I rewind the tape. I take it out of the machine. I bury it in the soft earth under the mossy stone. A seed in a different soil. Maybe someone will find it. Maybe no one will. My job is done. But a messenger without a message is just a man. And a man has needs. Thirst, dying, hunger, the need to see another face. By afternoon, I emerge near a small farming town. The air smells of cut grass and diesel. A tractor putters in a distant field. The noise of it is jarring, beautiful and tragic. I buy a sandwich and a newspaper from a corner store. The clerk smiles, makes change. Normal. The headline is about a political scandal. The sports page is full of scores. The weather section predicts clear skies. There is no mention of violet light or advancing silence. The seed I planted has not yet sprouted. Or it has been ignored. I find a cheap motel on the edge of town. The room smells of bleach and mildew. I lie on the bed and watch the ceiling fan turn. Its whir is a vibration, a soon quieted echo. A thought comes, unbidden, unwelcome. Gracie's nod. It was not just a passing of the watch. It was an instruction. She had maintained the parameters for years. She had learned the language. She had, in the end, communicated. She was not a victim. She was an interlocutor, and I am the messenger. But what if a messenger can do more than deliver? What if a messenger can translate? The idea is a tiny, desperate spark in the vast indifference. The entities are not malevolent. They are efficient. They respond to data. Gracie gave them disruptive data. They responded with expansion. What data would compel a different response? Not noise, not war, but a new parameter, a proposal. I sit up. The fan whirs. The sun slants through the dusty blinds. I do not have their language, but I have the concepts. Efficiency, waste. I have the example of the silent sentinel, and I have a choice. I can run and wait for the quiet to find me. Or I can walk back into it, not as a courier, but as a new variable, a proposed parameter. It is almost certainly waste. It is almost certainly my end. But it is not noise. It's a directed signal. At dawn, I check out of the motel. I buy a canteen, more food, a better compass. I do not look at the mountains. I feel them. The direction is a pull, not on my body, but on the story. It is unstuck, and I am part of it. I begin to hitchhike north. Not all the way, but closer. I needed to be near the edge when the expansion reaches its first, undeniable milestone. A highway gone silent. A town waking to a world without birdsong. That will be the moment. When the chaos begins, when the noise of panic rises, that is when I will walk back into the quiet. I will not carry a weapon. I will not carry a plea. I will carry an offer. The offer of a continued sentinel. A designated interface. A buffer not of silence but of translation. To manage the biological vibrations. To minimize the waste. It is a bargain with the bedrock. A fool's errand. But as the cars carry me north, and the sky ahead begins to hold a permanent, faint tinge of violet, like a fading bruise, I feel a strange peace. I am not delivering the message anymore. I am becoming a reply. And in the back of my mind, I practice the words, the only argument I have. We are not just noise. We are also pattern. We can be efficient. Let us be the stewards of our own relocation. Let us be part of the quiet, not its victim. The driver of the truck drops me at a junction. The air here is still. Too still. He speeds away without a word. I shoulder my pack. Ahead, the ferns are just beginning to turn brown at the tips. The line is coming. I sit down on the shoulder of the road to wait. I am the messenger, and I'm about to send a message back. Thank you for making it all the way to the end, and for sharing these stories with me. Stories made of enigmas and presences that linger at the edges of our understanding. If these tales kept you company before falling asleep, please leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and turn on notifications so you won't miss the next stories, and to help support the work we love to do. Now relax, let your mind wander, and allow yourself a calm and peaceful night. We'll meet again tomorrow, with new alien mysteries waiting to be uncovered.